This is Audible.
The Mage in Black by Jaye Wells. Chapter 18. The room was pitch black, not just because the lights were out, but also because of the blindfold Rhea slipped over my head. Needless to say, I'm not a fan of blindfolds. The last time I'd worn one, I'd ended up allowing a psychopath vampire/demon named Clovis Trachea to feed from me. I felt more comfortable wearing a blindfold in front of Rhea. At least she couldn't vein fuck me. But as a mage, she could fuck me up in other ways if she wanted. I took a deep breath and reminded myself Rhea was trying to help me. Sure, she was a pain in the ass, but she had to be to deal with teaching me, I guess. So I went with it, figuring she knew what she was doing. Besides, my hands were free, so I could defend myself if need be. Or so I thought. Something hard slammed into my head. Pain crashed through my skull. Ow! What the hell? I said, ripping off the scarf. The metal orb, about the size of a golf ball, rolled across the floor away from me. I swung around to glare at Rhea. She stood next to a table with a stack of more balls. No questions, remember? I can't teach you how to kill demons, but I can teach you how to defend yourself enough to get away. And using me as target practice is the way to do it? I rubbed my forehead. A small goose egg throbbed hotly on the spot. Can I at least do this without the blindfold? The blindfold is necessary because you have a bad habit of using your fists to solve your problems. Fists won't help in a demon fight. For that, you have to use your instincts and your magical weapons. So we're going to try this until you learn how to anticipate an attack and fend it off using only your magic. You're insane if you think I'm going to stand here and let you throw ball bearings at my cranium all night. She ignored that and continued as if I hadn't spoken. Now, the first rule of this exercise is, you're not allowed to fight with your limbs. I've left your hands unbound, but the first time you try to block or catch a ball, I'll bind you. Got it? You expect me not to defend myself? I said through gritted teeth. Don't be pissy. I expect you to use your magical weapons instead. Don't start bitching about not knowing how to use them. That's the point of this lesson. You're not going to tap into those skills unless you're forced to. This was sounding better and better. And if I refuse? She paused. Then the next time someone sends a demon after you, you better pray Giggle's there to save your ass again. I cringed. The fact I couldn't defeat Eurynomy on my own still bothered me. I wasn't used to relying on others to save me. I sighed. So how do I tap into this power? She smiled. You'll figure it out on your own soon enough. Trying to figure it out will actually delay it. Your powers are instinct-based. Stop thinking so much and feel. I cursed. So now not only can I not use my fists, but I can't also use my mind? Nope. It's not the mage way. If that's the mage way, it's amazing your race has lasted this long. Or perhaps it's not so amazing. Vampires are so one-dimensional. Every decision is driven by the predatory instinct. They're totally driven by the id. I shot her a get-real look. Now you're quoting Freud? She raised an eyebrow. You don't like Freud? Then how do you feel about Jung? When mages tap into their magic, they're connecting with the collective unconscious, the energy that connects all things. So you're saying that in order to tap into that energy, I have to be weak and stupid? Rhea slammed her magic staff on the ground. Enough! My mouth fell open at her outburst. You think you're fooling anyone with your tough act? You think I don't see that you use sarcasm and anger like armor? She leaned in. You're not fooling me at all. When I look at you, I see a wounded child. You want to be angry? Fine, I would be too. But be angry at the ones who hurt you. Be angry at yourself for your self-deception. But for fuck's sake, stop being a martyr about it and stop taking that shit out on me for trying to help you. My blood ran hot and cold through my veins. My jaw clenched so hard I felt like my teeth would shatter. I don't recall asking for your help. Rhea crossed her arms. Not in so many words, no. But let me ask you this. Why did you come here? That's funny. I've been asking myself that same question. Maybe, just maybe, on some level you understand that if you're ever going to be whole, you have to get in touch with the side of yourself you've suppressed for the last 50-odd years. I threw up my hands. Jesus, what is it with you? I came here because I wanted to meet my sister. It was a lie, and we both knew it. I came here looking for vengeance. She pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. Bullshit. We both know you came here because you wanted to stick it to Sabina Kane. Well, listen up. You'll never defeat her without magic. You'll never be good at magic until you face your own demons. And I'm here to help you. I know it's scary, but you can't grow unless you face that fear head on. My head jerked up. I'm not afraid. Rhea snorted. All anger is motivated by fear. And you've got it in spades. You can either continue to delude yourself, or you can grab it by the throat and use it. She moved closer and put a kind hand on my shoulder. You have so much promise inside you. Let me help you find it. This whole conversation made my stomach cramp. But Rhea was issuing a challenge. To back down now would be to admit the fear was winning. Because Rhea was right. I was terrified. Terrified of trying. Terrified of failing. But more than that, I was terrified my grandmother had been right. That I was just the unfortunate byproduct of a terrible mistake made by my parents. Nothing special. A goddamn waste of space. The rage came from nowhere. Angry tears stabbed my corneas, clamoring for release. I took a deep breath, trying to corral them back into the dark box where I normally kept them hidden. Still, they pushed and prodded, hovering at the edges of my lower lids. My grandmother's words came back to me then. The words she'd spoken when she found out I was immune to the apple stake she'd slammed into my chest. The words that encapsulated everything she'd felt and thought of me all these years, but had never spoken until that moment. You're an abomination. The dam broke. A tidal wave of pent-up anger overcame me, and suddenly I was drowning in it. I needed to punch something. My veins filled with lava. My fists clenched into rocks. My chest filled to bursting with the scream I'd been holding back for 5 decades. I choked on it, refusing to let Rhea watch me implode. Rhea saw the change, of course. But she didn't back away or cower. Surprising, since I was so angry my eyes were practically glowing. How are you feeling? She asked. It was hard to speak. My jaw ached from clamping my teeth together. Like I want to kill someone. Not just anyone. Sabina Kane. I wanted to wound her. I wanted to maim her. I wanted to watch her bleed. But most of all, I wanted her to know some of the pain she'd imposed on me my whole life. Rhea nodded. Okay, good. Now I want you to embrace that anger. The muscles shook. My fingers itched to strangle something or someone. I need to punch something, hard. Close your eyes. My head jerked side to side. Surrendering to these emotions would make me insane. I knew it. Sabina. Listen to me. Close your eyes. Good. Now take a deep breath. Air rasped into my lungs, scraping my windpipe raw. Now I want you to visualize collecting your anger into a glowing ball in the center of yourself. I did as instructed, desperate for something to help me alleviate the intensity. Imagining the anger as red neon filling my body, I concentrated on pulling it up through my legs, arms, and spine. I collected it into a swirling mass in my diaphragm. I placed a hand over the spot and felt intense heat boiling under the skin. Now, when you feel something coming at you, I want you to imagine shooting it down with that massive energy you've gathered. But whatever you do not open your eyes." A metal ball hit me in the arm before I could formulate a reply. My eyes flew open. "God damn it!" "I warned you," she said. A band of cloth suddenly stretched across my eyes. I tried to rip it off, but it wouldn't budge. Fucking mages. Slam. This one hit my chest. Fuck! "Focus!" Rhea shouted. Bam! My shoulder. I took a step, intent on finding Rhea and throttling her, blindfold or no. But something weird happened. My ears picked out something whistling through the air. Without thinking, I stepped to the right, and the ball whizzed past me. A split second later, glass shattered somewhere behind me. "You'll be paying for that window and anything else that breaks from now on. You're a real bitch, you know that? Believe it or not, you're not the first—" Whack! Pain radiated through my ribs. "Person to tell me that." I sucked in a deep breath and cringed. She must have cracked a rib with that last one. I needed to do something before she did any more damage. The orb of anger pulsated in my center. I stoked the flame now, remembering Rhea's advice. Another ball whirled through the air. I focused on the sound, picturing the ball coming at me. Then I imagined sending a bolt of rage at it. The hair on my arms prickled and electricity shot down my spine. "Oh, shit!" Rhea shouted. A crash sounded, followed by a loud thump. I cocked my head. "What happened?" Rhea groaned. "You missed." "Are you okay?" Another groan. I clawed at the blindfold. A tingle passed across my face and the cloth disappeared. I blinked a couple of times before I could focus. I looked around and found Rhea lying on the floor next to a hunk of twisted metal and broken glass. I rushed over. "You're bleeding." I touched the smear of red at her temple. She winced. "No shit, Sherlock. You shot down the light fixture." "Rhea, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened." She stopped dabbing at her temple to look me in the eyes. "I'll tell you what happened. You used magic. Granted, we need to work on your aim, but this is a major breakthrough. You should be proud of yourself." I shook my head. Guilt outweighed any sense of triumph. "I think we need to get you some medical attention." She waved me away when I tried to help her up. I hovered nearby as she pulled herself to her feet. "Don't be silly. We need to keep working." "Oh." She wobbled and reached out. I grabbed her arm to steady her. "Okay, maybe I could use an aspirin or something." I wrapped an arm around her, ignoring the bruises she'd put there. "Let's get you to your rooms, and I'll have Maisie come take a look just to be safe." Rhea swallowed. "Okay, but don't think this lets you off the hook. We're going to keep trying until your aim improves." Rhea?" She leaned against me as we walked. When she looked at me, her eyes were slightly unfocused. "My aim wasn't off. I tried to focus on hitting the ball, but I was so frustrated with you, I pictured your face instead." Her steps faltered. She looked at me for a moment, her gaze unreadable. Then, finally, she nodded as if a decision had been made. "In that case, next time I'll wear a helmet." Chapter 19. 2 nights later, we were back at Vane. As Rhea predicted, Gigul's injury healed quickly, and he claimed his boys were good as new. I had my doubts about his readiness to fight, but kept my mouth shut. Gigul was a grown demon, and it wasn't my place to hover like an overprotective stage mother. The fight pit was even more crowded tonight. I guess word of Gigul's victory over the Defiler had spread. Dozens of Dark Race's spectators turned out to see Vane's newest champion fight. When Slade saw us walk in, he shot me an "I told you so" smile, but otherwise refrained from gloating. This time it was a gluttony demon. The thing was so massive it took up most of the ring. He looked kind of like Jabba the Hutt, only less attractive. "What do you think?" Gigul jogged in place with his gaze on the glutton. I suppose he was trying to be intimidating, but his opponent was oblivious. He was too busy polishing off a bucket of fried chicken. "I'd go for the tongue, personally," Slade said. He'd already done his song and dance for the crowd before joining us on the sideline. Gigul tilted his head and considered it. "I don't think I want to touch that thing." "How about the eyes?" I offered. "That's always a good bet." The bell dinged and Gigul shot off into the ring. He then proceeded to ignore our advice completely. Instead, he ran straight forward like a ram and headbutted the glutton in its gelatinous stomach. He bounced off like he'd gone headfirst into a trampoline. His ass hit the concrete with a thud. "The eyes!" I yelled. "Go for the eyes!" Next, Gigul did some sort of leaping attack maneuver and landed on the glutton's head. The crowd went crazy. Gigul hung on for dear life as the blubbery demon tried to shake him off. "Hold on, Gigul!" I tried to sound encouraging, but it wasn't looking good. The glutton roared and shook harder, like an enraged bull trying to unseat a determined cowboy. Then Gigul reached up and grabbed a low-hanging rafter. He swung his body through the air and kicked a hoof into the glutton's right eye. An ear-piercing wail cut through the smoky air. The glutton couldn't reach its eye with one of its short arms, and green blood sprayed the crowd. I jumped out of the way. "Ha! Told ya!" Without thinking, I turned and gave Slade a high five. Then, realizing what I'd done, I cleared my throat and tried to recover my dignity. Slade smiled at me over the cigar he had clamped between his fangs. The glutton let out an unholy noise, forcing my attention back to the ring. I turned just in time to see Gigul rip the obese demon's bulbous tongue from his mouth. Green blood spurted all over Gigul. He hefted the tongue above his head like a trophy. The crowd screamed their approval. Slade jumped in the ring then to do his song and dance. I turned to go, not having the stomach to listen to the tongueless demon beg for mercy. Plus, I needed another drink before I met with Slade in his office. Slade slapped a stack of crisp bills in front of me. "That demon of yours is a gold mine." I picked up the stack and did a quick count. $2,000. Not bad, although I had to wonder what kind of cut Slade had taken. Not to be petty, but I needed to be making more than this to afford an apartment in the city. "He's something, all right," I said, referring to Gigul. "Why so glum?" Slade said. "You've got a good deal going here. Your demon's a monster in the ring, and you just get to sit back and rake in the cash. Believe it or not, I actually prefer to earn my money the old-fashioned way." Slade's eyebrow lifted. "Get your mind out of the gutter. I didn't mean prostitution." "Right," he said. "Killing people is a much more noble profession." "It pays the bills," I said. "Or it used to, anyway." Slade sat in his chair, watching me with a calculating stare. "I guess pissing off the Domine's been pretty bad for business." I sighed and leaned back in my chair. "You could say that." Slade rose and went to the wet bar. He lifted a decanter, filled with something amber, in my direction. "Scotch?" I nodded. Slade made a production of pouring a couple of fingers of scotch into 2 glasses. He handed me one and clicked his glass in a toast. He sat behind the desk with his drink. Once his wingtips rested comfortably next to his leather blotter, he lit another cigar. He looked like a fat cat ready to pounce on a canary. "I don't suppose you've changed your mind about my offer?" I took a sip of the scotch. The amber liquid warmed my throat on its way down. I smiled. "You don't give up, do you?" "Never." A slow smile spread across his full lips. My traitorous eyes enjoyed the sight. "I still don't see why you need someone like me. I know you've been out of the game for a while, but it wouldn't take much to get you back into shape." I looked pointedly at his taut midsection. "You could try cutting down on the carbs, maybe some jogging." His smile tightened at my jab. "Unfortunately, In my position, it would be inconvenient to get my hands dirty, so to speak. No, I need someone who I can trust to take care of certain delicate situations. My answer is still no. He pursed his lips, as if trying to think of another angle. I saw the moment he realized it was time to retreat. Okay, I'll drop it, for now. But one of these days, when your defenses are down, I'll convince you. I laughed. See? You don't know me at all if you think I ever let my defenses down. Still playing the tough girl, huh? He teased. I sobered. Don't fool yourself, Slade. I'm not playing at anything. You might have gone soft over the years, but I've only gotten stronger, faster, and smarter. Slade smirked back, as if he wanted to challenge my assertions. I crossed my arms. Time to end this conversation. The demon you can have because he wants to fight, but I'm not for sale. He looked at me with a knowing smile. Not yet. While I waited for Giggle to finish another celebratory round with the nymphs, I grabbed a beer at the bar. Luckily, I'd been smart enough to take my cut before he spent it all again. While I drank, I thought about money. Even though I'd protested Slade's offer more than once, part of me wondered if returning to the dark side might be a viable option. Sure, the magic training was coming along, but the fact I had no long-term plans bothered me. Giggle was making a nice bankroll from fighting, but I couldn't live off his winnings forever. Eventually, I'd need a job of some sort. From what I'd seen, a lot of the mages in the city held mundane jobs and blended into society for the most part. My skill set didn't exactly lend itself to legitimate work. The very idea of working in an office gave me the shakes. So that left me with illegitimate options. I could always hire myself out as a contract killer, but I lacked the connections here to get started. Well, I had one, but at this point, working for Slade was option Z. Maybe Rhea was right, and I needed to work on my patience. Surely some other source of income would turn up. I drained my pint of beer just as Earl came over with a fresh glass. He placed it on the bar in front of me. You read my mind, I said, impressed with the bartender's attentiveness. He smiled. Nah, the werewolf sent it over with his regards. I looked at him curiously, and he nodded toward a table at the back of the room. Michael Romulus sat at the head of the table, surrounded by 8 males. Judging from the way they watched him watch me, they were all members of his pack. Since he'd sent me a beer, I assumed I wasn't in danger of another challenge, but I knew better than to relax completely. I met Michael's gaze for a tense moment. I hadn't seen him since our fight, and I wasn't sure how things stood. He didn't exactly show any outward signs of lingering injury, but I guessed the bruise to his ego still stung. After all, even though Slade declared the fight a draw, we both knew I could have ended him. In my experience, most males don't enjoy the knowledge they've been bested by a female. He rose from the table, waving his companions to stay seated when they went to follow. I took a long draw of beer as he made his way over. I looked for signs of aggression, but he didn't bulk himself up or stare me down like an opponent. His shoulders were relaxed, and his eyes strayed just south of mine. He stopped a respectful 3 feet back. Sabina. Michael? I nodded. Thanks for the beer. May I? He motioned to the empty stool next to me. His respect of my space helped me relax a tad, but my guard was still up until I knew the reason for this little chat. Sure, I said with a casual shrug. He motioned to Earl for a drink before looking at me. I hear that demon of yours is quite a sensation in the ring. Ah, I thought. He wanted to ease in with small talk. I mentally shrugged and played along. He's something, all right. Do you ever go to the fights? I didn't see you in there. He nodded to Earl in thanks for the drink and took a sip before answering. No, watching 2 demons beat the shit out of each other isn't what I consider entertainment. The world's violent enough without making it a spectator sport. My eyebrows rose. Considering the last time I saw Michael, he was trying to kick my ass, I found this stance ironic. But I guess he considered that necessary violence, as opposed to the recreational kind. So if you didn't come here to provide me with color commentary on my demon's fighting skills, why don't you tell me what's on your mind? He'd been rolling the frosty mug between his palms, staring at it as if it held some sort of answers. Finally, he lifted his head and looked me right in the eyes. You're right. I need to warn you about something. I cocked my head. Oh? Someone's got it in for you. My initial reaction was to laugh. After all, this wasn't news. But something told me Michael Romulus wasn't the kind of male to spread rumors. Why do you say that? Look, normally I'd shrug it off as not being my business. But since it's impacted my pack, I can't let this pass. The night you poached on our territory, my guys didn't just randomly stumble into you. I shrugged, since I'd figured as much. I figured they'd heard the gunshot when the human shot me. Michael frowned. A human shot you? I waved a hand, not wanting to get into it. You were saying? He shifted in his chair. Someone called me and told me you were poaching. He had my full attention now. Who? I leaned toward him. I don't know. They just said there was a vampire threat in our territory. Since I had a few young scouts in the area, I called and told them to check it out. I scrambled to think of an explanation. I hadn't told anyone where I was headed, because I just sort of ended up there when I'd left Maisie's place to clear my head. What's more, I hadn't seen anyone in the park that night before I ran into the human with the gun. Someone must have followed me, I said half to myself. Any ideas who? His tone told me this wasn't an idle question. The person who told Michael I was in the park had put his pack in danger. No wonder he challenged me to the fight. He probably felt responsible for his guys getting hurt. I'll admit there's a list of people who want me dead, but most of those would take a more direct approach than making an anonymous tip. Maybe they didn't want you dead. What do you mean? He placed his elbows on the bar. What if they were trying to start problems, rile up some racial animosity? I said, thinking it over. It's possible, but that brings us to the question, why are you telling me this? After all, if that was their goal, it worked. Look, I'll admit, when those guys came back beat up, I blamed myself. Then I blamed you, which is why I issued the challenge. But you had the chance to kill me and didn't take it. That tells me you're not making some kind of power play for my territory. I shook my head. Of course not. I had no idea about poaching rules when I went there. I just wanted some fast food. His lips quirked. Once I figured that out, I started thinking about that phone call. Someone played me. Us. And I want to know who. That makes two of us. Have there been any other attempts on your life lately? You could say that. I told him about the assassins at the gas station and the demon attack on the subway platform. Michael blew out a breath. Have you considered the idea that they might all be related? I shook my head. Doesn't make sense. The assassin attack was courtesy of the Dominé. The demon was obviously a mage. The phone call? Who knows? But how could they possibly be related if I've got both mages and vampires after me? The two races are on the brink of war, so who has the power to unite them against me? And why would they bother? Think about it, Sabina. The phone call tells me someone wanted the wares against you, in addition to the vampires and possibly the mages. What if someone's trying to make sure you have no allies? But to what end? I'm just an unemployed mixed blood. He tilted his head. You're also the sister of the leader of the Mage race and the granddaughter of the Alpha Dominé. Some people might consider you quite a threat. I thought about that a minute. Okay. For argument's sake, let's say someone considers me a threat and either wants me dead or without any allies. Who has the power to manipulate all the races? Michael took a long pull from his beer. He set it down slowly and looked me right in the eye. I have a feeling when you can answer that question, you'll know who's out to get you. In the meantime, you better watch your back. Chapter 20. The next night, Maisie found me in the library after another grueling workout with Rhea, who'd spent the entire session wearing a helmet. I'd gone there in search of books on chthonic magic. I'm not much for book learning, but I was determined to do whatever it took to understand my new powers and how I could use them to my benefit. Am I interrupting? Maisie asked from the threshold, her posture hesitant. I looked up from the book I'd been reading. I'd been excited when I found a book titled Blood, Sex, and Death, Chthonic Magic and the Modern Mage. However, the dense writing and patronizing academic tone didn't match the intriguing title at all. I put it down and shot Maisie a relieved smile. Nope. She took a seat in the armchair next to me. Her movements were slow, as if her limbs weighed her down. Dark circles shadowed the areas under her blue eyes. I'm sorry I haven't been around much. All these meetings suck the life right out of me. I set the book on the table between us and gave her my full attention. I take it things aren't going well with the council? She grimaced. Not just the council. Queen Maeve's emissary insists on daily briefings. I frowned. Why? She sighed and slid down a bit in her chair. The Queen isn't sold on the idea of war. The Council is getting closer to a vote every day, and, with the exception of a couple of holdouts, it's looking like war is inevitable. But we need the Queen's support if we're going to pull off a victory. But I thought fairies and mages were allies. I'd have thought her support was a foregone conclusion. We are allies, and in the past we could always count on the fairies to fight with us. But times have changed. Centuries ago, the human population was smaller and more spread out. But now they're everywhere and have the ability to communicate with each other quickly. If a battle breaks out and humans get injured or witness something, the entire world could know about it within minutes. Imagine what could happen if the humans' governments turned their weapons on us. I hadn't thought about that angle. Not a surprise, since I never gave humans a second thought in general. But now that I thought about it, I understood the danger. Humans outnumbered all the dark races. If they found out we existed, infighting would be the least of our worries. During times of peace, all the dark races managed to stay under the humans' radar through various means. Since vamps were nocturnal, it was fairly simple to go unnoticed through subterfuge and careful leadership by the dominé. Any vamps that got out of line were taken out of the picture. Mages and fairies had magic and human-friendly lifestyles on their sides, but war would mean the gloves were off, and the potential for total anarchy was huge. And you agree with her? I asked. Maisie nodded. Like most of the council, I don't believe the dominé should be allowed to get away with killing our own without repercussion. But I am worried about the bigger picture. The council is too. That's what's held up the vote. We want to be sure we can contain the collateral damage if we go to war, and it's my job to convince the Queen we'll be able to do that. How? We have a few ideas. These days, it's possible to wage a war without two armies meeting on a battlefield. There's guerrilla tactics and financial strategies that can cripple an opponent. I nodded. Go after the dominé's business interests. Destroy their resources. She smiled. Exactly. But the problem is, we also have to ensure we're prepared for anything from the dominé. They could use the same strategies against us, or they could do it the old-fashioned way and attack us with everything they've got. That's the rub here. There's no way we can promise Queen Maeve that the dominé won't expose us all. But why would they do that? She shrugged. Who knows what they have planned? After all, they kidnapped dozens of mages to drain their blood. They obviously had a plan for it. I sat back and digested all this, my gut clenched, thinking about all the angles and variables. I could only imagine the stress Maisie and the rest of the council were under right now. With Adam working on her at the court, and you working on the envoy here, Surely the Queen will relent soon. The skin around Maisie's eyes tightened. Yeah, I'm just worried. I'll support whatever the Council decides to do. But I'm not excited about the prospect of war. I didn't say anything. What could I say? Sure, if the Mages declared war on the Dominé, it suited my purposes. But there were other ways to get revenge against the Dominé. Ways that didn't threaten the destruction of both races. Maisie shook herself and waved a hand in the air. Anyway, I didn't come here to unload on you about all this. How are things with you? Rhea said lessons are going really well. I shrugged. I guess so. I'm just impatient. She smiled. She said that, too. I know you've been busy, but is there any word from the Pythian Guard on the attack? Not yet. Unfortunately, the Council's priority is having the Pythian Guard focus on shoring up our security. We've called in guards from across the country, so we should have more manpower soon. But rest assured, we're committed to finding out who sent the demon after you. I tamped down my frustration over this news. It wasn't Maisie's fault the Council had other priorities. Any word from Adam? Maisie smiled. That's one of the reasons I came to find you. Orpheus called him back from his assignment. He's expected back in time for the Blood Moon Festival. My stomach gave a little jump. Rhea had told me that the Mages always had a big celebration for the full blood moon, which was happening in 4 nights. 4 nights until Adam returned to distract me. That's nice. I tried to make my tone sound nothing more than politely interested, but Maisie saw through it. The festival will be the perfect setting for your reunion, I think. She winked at me. My cheeks heated. I doubt it. He'll be busy with Pythian Guard stuff. Plus, Rhea mentioned something about me taking part in the rites since I'm the High Priestess of the Blood Moon. Whatever that meant. Thus far, all the title entailed was me wearing the necklace they'd given me when I arrived. I toyed with it now, looking down into the moonstone to avoid Maisie's shrewd gaze. You wouldn't be making excuses just because you're nervous, would you? I looked away from her knowing gaze. Of course not. What's there to be nervous about? Maisie took my hand and forced me to look at her. I really think you should take advantage of alone time with Adam while you have it. The earnestness of her words surprised me. Why? Is there something I should know? It was her turn to look away. Of course not. I just think life's too short to let fear hold us back from grabbing what we want when it's in front of us. Maisie, we're immortal. Life being short isn't an issue. I hate to break this to you, sister, but I'd say immortality is the last thing you could take for granted, given your lifestyle. I frowned. What the hell is that supposed to mean? How many attempts have there been on your life in the last 2 weeks? I grimaced. Okay, you got me there, but it's not like it's anything new. In my former line of work, someone took a shot at me almost daily. Look, all I'm saying is, if you're interested in Adam, you should go for it. Given the current climate in our world, you never know when the winds are going to change and you'll miss your chance. I'll take it under advisement. I rose from my seat, feeling restless. As I did so, a painting over the fireplace caught my eye. Who's that? Maisie's eyes widened. That's our father, Tristan Gracchus. As I did a double-take, Maisie rose to join me. I scanned the portrait with an eagle eye, looking for a resemblance. Now I knew where the black part of my hair color came from, and maybe there was a resemblance around the eyes, a familiar stubborn tilt to his chin. I've never seen a picture of him before. Maisie looked up at the image with a smile. Not hard to imagine why our mother fell for him, is it? It was true. Our father was a handsome guy, for a mage. Tell me about him. Maisie pulled her gaze from the image to look at me. He's considered a hero to all mages, a martyr of sorts. Did you know he was next in line to take over the Pythian Guard? I shook my head. According to Orpheus, he was one of the most talented chthonic mages he'd ever met. My stomach dipped. Our father was a chthonic? Maisie nodded solemnly. I was surprised to find out it passed on to you. Chthonic mages are pretty rare. I wasn't sure how to feel about this revelation. I never knew my father. Had never given his existence much thought past the trouble his decisions had caused my own life. My grandmother had talked about Tristan Gracchus in venomous tones on the rare occasions she spoke of him at all. My mother was mentioned even less, her very name banished from my vocabulary because of the shame she caused my grandmother. Over the years, I'd overheard elder vamps whisper how I'd inherited my prideful ways from my mother. And now I knew I'd gotten my talent for death magic from my father. Maybe this news should have made me feel nostalgic or sad, but I mostly felt numb. Is it wrong to resent the dead? Because if I felt anything, that was it. Maisie continued, "How much do you know about our mother?" I paused, remembering Maisie was in the same boat. Since we'd been separated seconds after our vampire mother died in childbirth, the mages probably weren't too excited to tell her about dear old Mom, especially since they apparently chose to believe our father was the victim of the whole scenario. Lavinia forbade anyone to speak about our mother in her presence. I overheard things, of course, but it's kind of fuzzy. So I didn't learn much from the vampire side. But back in California, Adam took me to meet Briallyn Pimpernel. She's the fairy who acted as midwife at our birth. "That's right," Maisie said. "What did she tell you?" I briefly told Maisie the story of how the fairy cared for Phoebe during her year-long pregnancy. Lavinia and Emeritot, our grandmothers, had decided hiding Phoebe out in the woods would keep the scandal under wraps for a while. Apparently, she was heartbroken when she arrived, wouldn't speak to Briallyn at all. Eventually, she opened up and told Briallyn about Tristan. By that point, I guess he was already dead, or assumed to be, I corrected, remembering Briallyn's assertion that his body had never been found. And Phoebe was heartbroken and withdrawn. Maisie was silent for a moment, digesting it all. Did Briallyn describe her? Briallyn said she had curly red hair and brown eyes, said she was intelligent and earnest. Like I said, when she got there, she barely spoke. But I guess after she felt us move, she got excited and opened up to Briallyn. Maisie sighed. It's also tragic, isn't it? That she looked forward to our birth and never had a chance to know us, and us know her? I shrugged. I guess so. Maisie shot me a look for my lack of sentimentality. At least we have each other now, right? I smiled. Yeah. Maisie blew out a breath, as if expelling the emotions built up talking about our parents' sad fates. Let's change the subject. How's Gigwool doing in Fight Club? Pretty good, actually. He's won 2 fights so far. That's great. I wish I could see him in action. Slade's got quite a setup there. Have you ever been to Vane? She shook her head. I've never been to the Blacklight District. Really? I guess I shouldn't have been shocked. After all, the BLD was full of rough characters. Not exactly the type of place a spiritual leader of the mage race would hang out. Something shifted in her expression, like a light bulb went on somewhere. When's his next fight? Tomorrow night. Why? Well, she said slowly, I was just thinking, maybe I could tag along. Would you mind? I don't know, Maisie. I mean, it's kind of a rough scene. Besides, we still haven't figured out who's after me. If the mage takes another shot, I wouldn't want you caught in the crossfire. I hadn't mentioned Michael's theories to any of the mages yet, and I didn't plan on doing so until I had more proof. Whether he was right or not, I assumed if another attack was coming, it would happen when I was away from the protection of the mage compound. She waved away my concern. We'll be in public, right? Surely they won't attack with witnesses. Besides, I'm not exactly defenseless. If the mage who attacked you tries again, I can help you. What if someone recognizes you? I have to imagine it's not exactly proper for someone in your position to be seen in a bar. She raised that stubborn chin we'd inherited from our father. I can use a glamour spell. Damn it. With each argument I gave, Maisie appeared more determined to go. I don't know, Maze. Oh, come on. It'll be fun. A girls' night out. I haven't had one of those well, never, actually. Please. I sighed. Even though I was worried, Maisie was old enough to make her own decisions. Plus, I kind of looked forward to the opportunity to hang out with Maisie away from Mage Central. I probably should be responsible and say no. I blew out a breath. But what the hell? She smiled broadly, and her movements had a perkiness I hadn't seen in days. I'm so excited. I laughed, despite my misgivings. We'll head out after my training session with Rhea tomorrow, okay? Thanks, Sabina. She hugged me, and for once the move didn't make me squirm. Okay, I need to get some sleep since it looks like tomorrow's going to be a late night. Sweet dreams, sister. After she left, I picked up the book I'd been trying to read when she arrived, but found it hard to focus. My conversation with Maisie had given my mind plenty to chew on. I kept telling myself I wasn't hungry enough to bite, but my brain had other plans. After I'd scanned the same page 10 times without registering any words, I slammed the book shut and rose. As I paced, the portrait of Tristan caught my eye again. It didn't take a psychologist to see the parallels between my parents and the situation with Adam and me. I'm sure there was some name for a daughter having an attraction to men like her father. Probably Freud had plenty to say on the issue. But I didn't care much for the whys. I had to figure out the whats. What did I want? What did Adam want? And what the hell was I going to do about it? I took a deep breath and looked around, reassuring myself I was alone. I didn't want an audience when I admitted this to myself. I liked Adam. A lot. More than liked. Lusted after? Longed for? Lots of L words, except for the big L. I doubted I was capable of that word. Still, where the Mage was concerned, my feelings were stronger than I wanted to admit. And since I was alone, I also admitted to myself that I was nervous about his return. Sure, he'd promised things when he left. But in my experience, males promised lots of things in the heat of the moment. Hell, maybe they even believed them when they said them. But distance and time are harsh on promises. I looked up at my father's face again. Even if Adam truly wanted me, there was no guarantee things would work out. It certainly hadn't for my parents. According to Briolin, they were in love. Real love. They loved each other so much they'd ignored a centuries-old law against interracial mating, despite the risks. They'd loved each other so much they created 2 new lives together. Such a hopeful and optimistic act. And they were punished for it in spades. I ran a hand through my hair and blew out a long breath. Stewing about it wouldn't make a solution magically appear. I wasn't some virgin who needed to follow a male's lead in a relationship, so seeing how he acted when he returned didn't appeal. As far as I could tell, my problem was one of my mind not agreeing with my emotions. I blamed Rhea for the fact I even paid attention to the emotional side. With all her insistence on opening myself to my emotions and instincts, she'd managed to make me an indecisive wreck. I could just see what Adam had to say when he returned, but that wasn't my style. Instead of leaving it up to him, I decided to wait and see how I felt when I saw him. After all, absence made the heart grow fonder. So maybe when he wasn't absent anymore, the attraction would be less intense, less urgent and confusing. I hoped. Chapter 21. The shot slammed into the dummy's midsection. A wide circle burned for a moment before the entire straw man burst into flames. Good, Rhea shouted. What'd you do differently? You almost hit the target that time. It helped to imagine myself as a weapon, a heat-seeking missile, a living, breathing instrument of destruction. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Rhea. To her, I shrugged and said, I tapped into the universal energy. Rhea smiled. Bullshit. I laughed out loud. The glow of accomplishment warmed my center. I'd been working on that maneuver for a couple of days. The 2 hours I'd already spent on the effort so far that evening left me dripping in sweat. But now, watching the dummy smolder and smoke, a surge of energy shot through me. Does it really matter how I did it? Rhea cocked her head. Guess not, as long as you can do it again. I shook my arms and wiggled my fingers. I'm ready if you are. Damara, Rhea called, looking around the room for her assistant. Damara sat cross-legged in the corner with white cords extending from her ears. A magazine lay open in her lap, and she didn't look up at Rhea's call. Damara! Rhea shouted, waving her hands to get the girl's attention. She looked up at Rhea with her eyebrows raised and a scowl on her face. The faint sounds of a guitar riff bled into the room as she removed the earbuds. What? Please retrieve another dummy from the storeroom. Damara sighed and replaced the earbuds. I frowned, wondering what Rhea would do now that it appeared the girl was flat out ignoring her. I glanced at Rhea, but she looked unconcerned. Suddenly, a tingle of energy crept up my spine. A second later, a straw dummy flew out of the storeroom and floated across the floor like a ghost. Damara kept the dummy afloat even as she continued to read her magazine. I blinked, surprised to see how easily she wielded magic. Just then, she looked up and smirked at me. Her expression said something along the lines of, "See how easy this is for me?" I raised my eyebrows and pursed my lips, showing her I wasn't impressed, even though I was. The dummy finally reached the opposite wall, and the ropes hanging from the ceiling tied themselves around its neck. Damara rose and then brushed her hands together. I rolled my eyes, realizing she'd been showing off. Whatever. She might be able to move things easily, but I was well on my way to being able to destroy them without lifting a finger. Rhea turned back to me and opened her mouth. "Can I go now?" Damara interrupted. Rhea sighed, looking put upon. "Yes." Much stomping and squeaking ensued until Damara disappeared through the door. Watching the closed door, Rhea shook her head. "Why do I put up with that child?" I crossed my arms. I was going to ask you the same thing. Rhea shrugged. "I feel bad for her, I guess. She doesn't have anyone else. Her mom was one of the ones taken at the vineyard." My stomach lurched. Suddenly, Damara's sullen ways made a lot more sense. "That's horrible." Rhea nodded. "She's also incredibly talented. She's already mastered several advanced areas of magic, but she's impatient." She shot me a sly smile. "Like some other students I know." "What you call impatience, I call eagerness," I said with a smirk. "Smart ass. You ready to go again?" I nodded. "Just give me a sec." I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing. Like Rhea taught me, I visualized the energy surrounding me. Not hard, given I was in one of the largest cities in the world. The air pulsed with it. I drew it up from my feet, in from my fingers, and down from the top of my head. I gathered it into a glowing ball in my diaphragm. It beat there like a second heart, pulsing with power. On my next exhalation, I imagined a thin stream of red rising through my esophagus with the air. It climbed up until I could taste ozone in the back of my throat. My eyes flew open. The power surged through my pupils and shot like a laser across the room. "Bullseye!" Rhea shouted. I slammed my lid shut. The leftover power dispersed through my veins, making my arms and legs tingle. The rush of energy through my body made me dizzy. I swallowed against the rising nausea and focused on regaining my equilibrium. Rhea told me that in time, my body would adjust to the after effects of such an expenditure of energy, but for the time being it left me feeling wrung out. My shoulders sagged, and a bead of sweat trickled down my temple. Once I felt more stable, I slowly opened my eyes. The dummy was the first thing I saw. It burned like an effigy for a moment until Rhea cast a spell to douse the flames. I limped to a nearby table and leaned on the edge, feeling worn out but pleased. Rhea came over and patted my shoulder. "Excellent work, Sabina. With a little more practice, you'll be able to call up the power without concentrating so hard. Once you master that, we'll work on reversing the spell." I frowned. Reversing it? Yeah, this is just a stepping stone on the way to being able to use your true power. Most mages can shoot energy, but only Thonics can suck the life force out of living things. It's tricky and has some nasty side effects, but it's also quite effective. My mouth twisted. What kind of side effects? Nothing you can't handle, but let's not worry about that now. She patted my shoulder again. You did really well tonight. I'm pleased with your progress. Thanks, I said. This trick will come in handy if anyone takes another shot at me. Rhea frowned. Why do I get the impression you're hoping there's another attack? I considered lying, telling her I wasn't doing just that, but she'd see through that. At least I wouldn't be sitting around wondering when another attack is coming and who is responsible. Sabina, I get what you're saying, but I would caution you not to get too cocky. Any mage who could handle an Avenger demon will be able to block a simple power bolt. If I were you, I'd have Giggle or another mage with you at all times. As smart as her advice was, it rankled. The very idea of needing a bodyguard pissed me off. I can take care of myself. Her shrewd eyes narrowed. We all need help sometimes, Sabina. Don't let your pride force you into a foolish and potentially deadly situation. I'm not an idiot, I said, my hackles rising. Yes, I am aware of that, but I'm also aware you're itching to zap someone. I'm just saying, you need to keep a cool head and not get yourself in a situation you can't handle. I jerked a nod. Fine. Rising from the table, I worked my suddenly tense shoulders. I need to grab a shower before I head to Vane. I hear Maisie's going with you. I frowned. Was there anything this lady didn't know? Yeah, it was her idea. She nodded. She told me. I think it'll do her some good. She's been so tense lately. Maybe getting away from here for a few hours will help her get her visions back. I stopped, my earlier indignation dissolving. I didn't know they left. Rhea sighed and crossed her arms with a nod. She hasn't had a vision since before you got here. It's the stress. Between the negotiations with Queen Maeve's emissary and the council pressuring her, it's no wonder she's blocked. How's the council pressuring her? I knew there was some stress over the outcome of the vote, but Maisie hadn't mentioned the council coming down on her about something. Think about it. Maisie's an oracle. The council relies on her to foresee the potential outcomes of their decisions, especially now, with so much riding on this war vote, but she hasn't been able to see a damn thing. I chewed on my lip. I hadn't thought of that. No wonder she's looked so worried every time I've seen her. Rhea nodded. Like I said, maybe a night away will help. Get her mind off things. Please promise me you'll keep an eye on her, though. If anything happens, Orpheus will have all our asses. He doesn't know? She shook her head. Maisie told me because she needed some help with her glamour spell. The only reason I didn't argue was that no one will recognize her, and you and Giggle will be there to watch her back. But Orpheus would go apoplectic if he found out. I gritted my teeth. If I'd known it would be this big of a deal, I'd have flat out refused Maisie's request the night before. Good to know. When we arrived at Vane, Giggle made a beeline for a gaggle of nymphs. Squealing ensued as the girls fawned over his arrival. I shrugged at Maisie and jerked my head toward the bar. She followed close behind, almost tripping over my heels. After the lecture I'd given her on the way over about sticking close and not engaging anyone, this wasn't a surprise. I just hadn't anticipated her taking me quite so literally. She and Rhea had done a good job with her disguise. At first I'd been worried she'd decide to have a little fun with it, but now they'd gone with a few sensible but effective changes. The red was gone from her hair, and the solid black tresses were pulled back into a simple ponytail hanging down her back. Her eyes were green now instead of blue, and her nose was a bit longer. She wore black jeans and boots with a black shirt and leather jacket. She looked like Johnny Cash's little sister, but I wasn't complaining. She'd blend into the crowd in this getup much better than if she'd worn her normal broomstick skirt and peasant blouse. Slade came forward just as I motioned to Earl for 2 bloody Magdalens. Maisie stood to my side, looking around nervously. For me, this type of place was like a second home. But for Maisie, it probably looked full of trouble, which, come to think of it, was exactly why I liked it. "Sabina," Slade said in his velvet voice. When he smiled, he flashed a little fang. The vampire version of a wink. I nodded. "How's it hangin', Slade?" He grinned. "Don't ask unless you really want to know the answer." I felt Maisie shift behind me, offering the perfect opportunity to change the subject. I reached behind me and pulled her forward. "Slade, I want to introduce you to my friend Fiona." We decided to use Maisie's middle name, since it'd be easy for her to remember to respond to. "Nice to meet you," she said quietly. Slade barely acknowledged Maisie/Fiona at all. He glanced her way and nodded, but his eyes quickly returned to my face. "You going to hang around after the fight?" I shifted uneasily. "I don't know. Probably Giggle would want another celebratory session with the nymphets after, but I wasn't ready to commit to hanging around any longer than necessary until I saw how everything played out. Slade reached out and pushed a few stray strands of hair behind my ear. "Think about it, okay?" I shrugged his hand away when it landed on my shoulder. Time to change the subject. "Who's Giggle fighting tonight?" Slade smoothly moved to the new subject, but the twinkle in his eye told me he knew he'd unsettled me. "We have something special for your demon tonight." My eyebrows rose. "Oh?" Slade nodded, glancing over at Giggle. He had 2 nymphets in his lap, and a third whispered something in his ear that had his color high. "He's become a sensation. Demons are lining up to challenge him." He glanced at his watch. "Almost time. I need to borrow Giggle for a few minutes beforehand, if that's okay." I nodded. "It's okay with me, but good luck dragging him away from the groupies." Slade laughed. "Watch and learn." I leaned back against the bar and watched him prowl across the bar, as if he cast a spell. The crowd parted for him. "That was interesting," Maisie said next to me. She'd been so quiet, I'd almost forgotten she was there. "What?" I asked, keeping my eyes on Slade. He'd reached Giggle and said something to the nymphs. They jumped up and moved away so fast you'd think the place was on fire. "You didn't tell me Adam had competition." My head swiveled toward her. "Who? Slade?" I forced a laugh. "Been there, done that. Don't plan on returning." "Oh, please," Maisie said. "You were totally flirting with him." My mouth fell open. "Don't be ridiculous. I don't flirt with anyone." A single black eyebrow rose to her bangs. I rolled my eyes. Look, I'm not an idiot. I know Slade has debauchery on his mind, but I think I can manage to resist his manly charms. She pursed her lips and watched as Slade led Giggle through a curtain leading to the fight area. "Are you sure you want to? He's got a nice ass." I choked on the swig of vodka and blood I'd been in the process of swallowing. When I finally caught my breath, I stared at my sister. "Shouldn't you be discouraging me? I thought you were on Team Adam." She paused, her teasing expression going somber. "I'm on team whoever makes Sabina happy." I shook my head at her. "I appreciate your loyalty, but Slade isn't on the roster." "If you say so." Earl saved me from further discussion on the subject. He clanged a bell behind the bar. "Fight starts in 10. Excitement zinged through the bar. As one, the crowd flowed toward the back of the bar and the stairs leading down to the arena. I paid Earl and handed Maisie her drink. "You might want to pound that before we head down," I said over the din. "Why?" "Trust me, Drink. I tossed back my own glass and slammed it on the bar. Maisie hesitated for a moment. She chugged more slowly, but managed to get the whole thing down. She whacked her glass on the wooden bar and squared her shoulders. Let's go watch that familiar of yours in action. Chapter 22. We had to push our way through an even larger crowd than before. I stopped short when I finally reached Giggle and got a load of his get-up. The boxing shorts were black with orange flames and the word killer embroidered in red on the ass. Charming, I said. Cool, huh? Slade had them made for me. Yeah, that Slade's a real peach. Who's your opponent? I glanced across the ring. He had the head of a jackal, and a thick black animal pelt was draped across his shoulders. Giggle sneered. Chaos demon. Nasty fighters, the lot of them. From the looks of the chaos, I was relieved Slade insisted on the brass collars. Giggle would have enough of a fight on his hand without magic entering the equation. Do you have a strategy? Giggle shrugged his shoulders and stretched his arms across his chest as he spoke. The thing with chaos demons is they fight like berserkers. Look at him. Giggle pointed a claw across the ring. The chaos danced in frenzied circles. With each pass, his muscles contracted and bunched. A low rumble started deep in his chest and grew in intensity until it was a full-on growl. Finally, he stopped circling and clenched his muscles, widening his arms and throwing his head back. A ferocious roar emitted from his mouth, full of razor-sharp teeth. Someone's pissed, Giggle said in a sing-song voice. Again, what are you going to do? I glanced at Maisie. Her face had gone pale as an albino's ass. I'd deal with her in a second. First, I had to get Giggle squared away. He'll come on strong at first, trying to intimidate me. I just have to ride it out until he wears himself down. The chaos growled and snarled across the ring, his glowing yellow eyes on Giggle. Good luck with that. I patted Giggle on the shoulder. Slade jumped into the center of the pit and raised his hands for silence. Good evening, fight fans. Tonight we have a special treat for you. Our new champion Giggle, the killer from Gazal, has been challenged by 2 opponents. A roar of approval from the crowd. I grabbed Giggle's arm. Did you know about this? He nodded, his eyes still on the chaos demon. Yeah, the second challenge came in last minute. This is bullshit, I said. How can he expect you to fight twice in one night? I'm cool with it, Giggle shrugged. Plus, I told him I'd only do it if he gave us a bigger cut of the winnings. He was fine with it. I'll just bet he was, I thought. Knowing Slade, he had all the Blacklight District bookies in his pocket. Giving Giggle a slightly bigger cut of the purse wouldn't affect Slade's bottom line too much. Slade carried on with his showboating in the ring. I turned to Giggle and made him look at me. If you lose this fight, I'm going to kick your ass. You got that? Giggle frowned. You suck at this motivational speech stuff. You know that, right? The bell dinged. I punched him in the shoulder, racking my brain for something more inspiring. Go get him, killer! Giggle rolled his eyes and jogged into the ring like a boxer. Not to be outdone, Chaos performed some sort of crazy spinning entrance, like a whirling dervish, or the Tasmanian devil. Giggle jumped out of the way when a spin turned into a leaping kick. The Chaos turned and growled, spittle dripping from its jagged teeth. It pounced then, going after Giggle with sharp claws. It slashed and snapped its teeth in a frenzy of movement. By the time Giggle extricated himself, he was covered in red slashes across his chest and face. He fell back, bleeding and bruised. I held my breath as the Chaos went in for another round, only this time Giggle was ready. He punched Jackalface right in the snout, and followed that with a swift kick between the legs. The Chaos howled and fell to the ground, but Giggle wasn't done. He grabbed the demon by his ears and pulled him off the floor. Giggle's biceps heaved with the effort. He tossed the Chaos across the ring. The demon crashed into a group of spectators who fell like bowling pins. Giggle turned to receive adoration from the cheering crowd. He absorbed their attention, inflating and expanding with it. A roar made the hair on my arms raise. Giggle turned just in time to receive a punishing kick to the face from the livid chaos demon. Blood spewed from Giggle's mouth as he fell back, almost in slow motion. The chaos followed him down, going for the neck with his snapping teeth. "Giggle!" I shouted and moved forward. A hand caught my arm. I turned around to see Maisie frowning at me. I'd been so caught up in the fight, I'd forgotten about her. "Let him handle it." I opened my mouth to tell her to butt out, but she nudged me just as a cheer rose from the crowd. "Look!" She nodded toward the ring. I swung around to see the chaos fly through the air again. This time, those standing in his path scurried out of the way. His body slammed into a cinder block wall, cracking with the force. Giggle rose from the pit covered in dirt, blood, and sweat. He swiped a claw across his lips and stalked after the chaos with murder in his eyes. This time, the chaos didn't fight back when Giggle dragged his ass off the ground. Giggle punched until his claws were bloody and raw, and the chaos's teeth started raining down like hailstones. Giggle moved to the midsection, savaging ribs and internal organs. The chaos's broken jaw moved crookedly, spilling out blood and saliva. A faint yelp emitted from the shattered maw. "Mercy!" An hour later, Slade stuck his head into the locker room. "Hey, killer. You ready to kick some more ass?" Giggle sat on a bench with the hood of his red and black robe pulled down over his head. If Slade had come in 5 minutes earlier, he would have caught Maisie performing a quick healing spell to speed up Giggle's recovery. I'd been worried about bringing my sister along, but now I thank the goddess she was here to help. Even with Giggle's healing powers, 2 demon fights in one night wouldn't be easy without some magical intervention. I intercepted Slade and pushed him back into the hall. "What can I do for you?" he said, seemingly unperturbed by my brusque interruption. I crossed my arms. "What the hell were you thinking, accepting 2 challenges in one night for him? I'm his manager. You should have asked me first." "Calm down. The second fight is rigged." My eyebrows slammed down. "What?" He smiled, looking pleased with himself. "The demon's handler's into me for a lot of money. I told him his debt would be cleared if he ensured Giggle would win the fight." "Why would you do that?" Slade smiled. "Surely you're not that naive, Sabina. You bet on Giggle." He smiled. "I knew you were a clever girl." He moved closer. "So just relax. Giggle will breeze through this next fight, and when he's done, we'll all be a little richer." I sighed. "Next time you talk to me first before you make decisions regarding Giggle. As his manager, I have the right to veto these decisions." "Yes, ma'am." I moved back toward the door. "I'll send Giggle out in a sec. Sabina?" I stopped at the door and turned to look at him. "Yeah? Any chance you can ditch your mage friend after the fight?" I cocked my head. "No." He shot me a heated glance I felt all the way to my undercarriage. Pity. Chapter 23. I'd expected Giggle to start shit-talking the minute we reached the ring and saw his opponent. Instead, he stopped short, his gaze transfixed on something across the pit. "Hey!" I complained when I bumped into his back. He didn't say anything. I followed his eyes and realized the problem. A gorgeous chick stood in the other corner. She was about 6 feet tall, and her long peacock blue hair shimmered in the overhead lights. I felt Maisie lean around me and let out a low whistle. "Is she for real?" Normally, I don't approve of catsuits. Very few females can pull off the skin-tight, one-piece garments. But I had to admit, this chick was working it. The outfit clung to her generous curves from her collarbones down to her ankles. Something blue, almost like a train, trailed behind her, which seemed a tad overkill. But this chick obviously wasn't into subtlety. "Man, Slade's going all out for this," I said. "Your last fight didn't have a model to strut around between rounds." Giggle swallowed and nodded absently. Then he stopped. "Huh?" I nodded toward the chick. "The model you're ogling? I'm surprised Slade is willing to lay out the cash for the talent." Giggle tore his eyes from the vision in gold. "Sabina, that's not a model." I frowned. Giggle looked at me with exaggerated patience, waiting for the light bulb to click on. "Wait, she's your opponent?" Before Giggle could answer, the crowd gasped as a magnificent fan of peacock feathers unfurled behind her. Well, I guess that explained the blue train. And now that I took a closer look, I finally noticed the two small horns jutting from the sides of her head. "Well, I'll be damned," I whispered. Giggle groaned and adjusted his codpiece. A snarky comment died on my lips as the vixen began to unwrap the golden chain from around her neck. She swung it around her head a couple of times before cracking it like a whip in Giggle's direction. Once she made sure she had his attention, she blew him a kiss. The 7-foot-tall demon at my side whimpered, "I think I'm in love." I grabbed him by the shoulders and forced him to look at me. "Giggle, get a hold of yourself." He peeked out of the corner of his eye at her, but I grabbed his chin. "Listen to me. You can't let her psych you out." "She's not psyching me out. She's making me horny." I closed my eyes and repressed my gag reflex. "You're going to have to focus if you're going to win." "I can't help it. I've never seen a more gorgeous demon." He sighed like a lovesick teenager. Of all the times for the demon to reveal his romantic side. "You're going to have to fight her. You know the rules. Once a challenge has been issued and accepted, you have to fight." Giggle looked like he wanted to argue, but at that moment, Slade walked into the center of the pit. He went through his little spiel about the rules of Demon Fight Club, but tonight there was a twist. "Tonight's match will be a little different, friends," Slade announced. "For the first time in the history of Demon Fight Club, we will be allowing the demons to use weapons." As a roar rose from the crowd, I glanced at the golden demon's whip. "You're going to have to watch out for that whip," I whispered to Giggle. "Do you have any weapons?" He shook his head. "I didn't know he was changing the rules." Yeah, I thought. Nice of Slade to mention this wrinkle when we talked a few minutes earlier. I reached down into my boot and pulled out a knife. The 6-inch blade wouldn't do much damage to a demon, but it might slow her down. "If you can get close enough, you're going to have to cut her." He opened his mouth to protest, but I shushed him. I know, she's too beautiful." Slade said she's going to throw the fight, but we're going to have to make it look real. He frowned but nodded, his claw curled around the handle of the knife. Slade had finished his rule rundown by now and was introducing the fighters. "In the left corner, we have the prettiest killing machine this side of Urkala. Don't let her good looks fool you. This vanity demon is pure evil. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Vulva!" I choked. Did he just say vulva? Giggle rolled his eyes. "Vulva," he corrected. I shook my head. What were her parents thinking? Giggle nudged me. "Hush." Slade turned to our side of the ring. "And in the other corner, a demon who needs no introduction after his recent victory over Ragnarok, the former champion of this fight club. The big, bad mischief demon from the Gazal region of Urkala, Giggle!" The crowd went wild. Giggle stood straighter and pumped his claws in the air. Relief flooded through me. It looked like my demon's head was finally back in the game. The bell clanged and Giggle strutted into the pit. Vulva sashayed toward Giggle, who stood entranced by her shimmery curves. The demoness stopped in front of Giggle and placed a manicured hand on her slim, gold-clad hip. Her other hand swung the necklace whip back and forth, taunting him. Giggle, gods love him, tried to hold firm. He swiped half-heartedly with his blade, narrowly missing her pert nose. She didn't even flinch. At a loss, Giggle took a couple of steps back to regroup. Volva beckoned him with a finger. The move distracted him, so he didn't see the other wrist flick the whip like a lasso. The chain caught him around the neck, and she jerked it taut. Giggle had no choice but to follow where she pulled. His claws worked at the whip, but before he could make any headway, Volva hooked her leg behind his. He fell hard on the concrete. The demoness loomed over him and dug a heel into his chest. My heart pounded, thinking Giggle was done for, but a slow smile spread on his black lips. He grabbed the chain and jerked Volva down on top of him. She gasped and scrambled, trying to dismount him. She dropped the end of the necklace, allowing Giggle to unwrap it from his neck. He grabbed for Volva, but she moved too fast. As he jumped to his feet, her expression went from shocked to determined. The flirtatious vixen of a few minutes ago was gone. Giggle wrapped the end of the necklace around his wrist and swung it in an arc at his side. Volva stood on the other side of the pit, staring him down. They faced off, each daring the other to make the next move. Giggle feigned a move to the right. Volva jumped into action, moving to her left. Surprisingly agile in her spiked heels, she performed a complicated series of leaping spins and kicks. Giggle stood off to the side, watching her with wide eyes. Hell, even I wanted to applaud when she managed 3 back handsprings in a row. She stopped a few feet in front of him, a challenge in her eyes. Giggle raised his left arm and flexed his impressive biceps. Volva's full lips spread into an approving smile. Then, inexplicably, he performed a backflip. I gasped. Who knew Giggle was so nimble? He jumped up and landed on his hands and walked the perimeter of the pit. When he was back in front of Volva, he flipped back over and picked her up. She giggled as he spun her around his head. He tossed her in the air and caught her in his arms. I rolled my eyes. Maisie laughed next to me, enjoying the show. But the rest of the crowd started booing. They'd paid to see a fight, not some bizarre demon mating dance. No mercy! No mercy! Giggle ignored them and set Volva gently on her feet. Slade jumped into the ring and approached the pair. I ran forward to play referee should the need arise. Slade covered the mic with his free hand. What the fuck is going on here? You know the rules. 2 demons enter, 1 demon leaves. Screw the rules. Yeah, Volva said in a high-pitched voice. She rewarded Giggle's rebellion with a kiss on his cheek. His green scales flashed red for a moment, the demon version of a blush. A few members of the audience booed. Others picked up the chant, 2 demons enter, 1 demon leaves. Giggle grabbed the mic from Slade, who looked like he wanted to fight him for it, but thought better of it. Giggle waved his hands for silence. No one's going to the pit of despair tonight. Jeers and more boos greeted this announcement. Giggle ignored them and grabbed Volva. He dipped her low, going in for a passionate kiss. Slade turned on me. Order him to fight. Sorry, Slade, it's his decision. He glared at me for a moment. If he doesn't win, I'm out of fortune. Sue me. Just then, a male pushed past me and rushed into the ring. Get off her! He launched himself onto Giggle's back. I grabbed the man by the scruff of his neck and pulled him off Giggle. The audience went quiet, holding their collective breath as they watched a new drama unfold. Maisie eased away from the crowd and came to stand next to me. Who the hell are you? I demanded. He ignored me and jumped toward Volva. He grabbed her arm, inviting a low growl from Giggle. Slade stepped in. That's Lenny. He's Volva's handler. Lenny was a mage, judging by the scent of sandalwood coming off him. His lanky frame was covered in a bad suit, and his black hair looked like it had been slicked back using a pork chop. You get your ass in gear and finish this fight, he yelled at Volva. Hey, I called. I suggest you get your hand off the demon before Giggle rips it off. Fuck that. She's going to finish this. He rose on his tiptoes and whispered angrily in Volva's ear. Giggle shot me a look, begging me to let him take care of the mage. I shook my head. Calm down there, buddy, I said. We can sort this out, but clearly Volva doesn't want to fight. He ignored me again and said to Volva, You know the deal. You want to stay with Lenny? You gotta earn your keep. He took a breath and changed tactics. His voice went from angry to sweetly threatening. You don't want me to send you to the pit of despair, do you, sweetheart? Fear lit up Volva's golden irises. No, Lenny, you can't send me there. What the hell is going on here? I demanded to Slade in a low voice. I thought she was supposed to throw the fight anyway. Slade shrugged. Lenny doesn't want to pay his debt, which just doubled since he didn't keep his end of the deal. Whether she can fight or not, it doesn't sound like she wants to go home, Maisie said. Lenny was sweating now. His eyes had a desperate glint. Too desperate. I told you to kill that demon. Hold on just a damned minute, I yelled. What the hell do you mean by that? She was supposed to throw the fight. Shocked gasps rippled through the crowd. Slade cursed loudly. Gods damn it, Sabina! I was too concerned with figuring out what the hell was going on to worry about keeping Slade's racket a secret. What do you mean she was supposed to kill him? Lenny's head jerked up, finally realizing he had an audience. Fuck! She's gonna be pissed now. I frowned. Who is? Lenny shook his head, like I'd tell you. It's all your fault anyway, bitch. I did a double take. How the hell is this my fault? I felt like I'd entered the Twilight Zone. Lenny's eyes went unfocused and wild. It's too late, unless... Lenny spun around toward Giggle. A prickle started at the base of my neck as I realized Lenny was drawing up his magic. My blood went cold. Time slowed. I leapt forward, my hand going for my gun. Volva fell as Lenny pushed her down. Giggle's eyes went red with rage. Behind me, I heard Slade yell. The air shifted, crackling with energy. A bolt of something flew past me and it slammed into Lenny. His body jerked, his own spell going wide. He froze like a statue. The entire room went still with shock. I stopped with my gun aimed at Lenny's inert body. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw Maisie lower her hands. She saw my look and shrugged. We can figure this out without anyone dying. Her voice held an undertone of steel I'd never heard before. Slade burst into action, calling on his bouncers to clear the room. While they rounded up the confused crowd, I slid my gun back into my waistband. Adrenaline still singed through me, making my hand shake. Giggle helped Volva off the floor. He wrapped his green arms around her while she quietly sobbed against his chest. Maisie came to stand next to me. Sorry about that. No, thank you, I said, realizing I really meant it. Now we can get some answers out of him. It took a few more minutes for Slade's men to clear the room. When the last patron exited, he came to join us. He ran a hand through his hair and blew out a breath. Remind me why I shouldn't kick your ass out of here right now? Do you have any idea how much money you just cost me? I crossed my arms. That's your own damned fault, and you know it. Children, do you think we can hold off on the blame game until we figure out why Lenny wanted Giggle dead? Slade shot me a glare, but nodded at Maisie. You're right, Fiona. What do you suggest we do? I blinked. I'd forgotten the whole Fiona charade. First of all, she said, and paused. A trickle of energy made my skin tingle. Sparkles of magic circled Maisie, morphing her back into her normal appearance as they traveled down her body. My name's not Fiona. It's Maisie. Slade's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. I smiled, enjoying the rare sight of Slade being caught off guard. What the hell is going on here? He demanded, looking at me. Slade, this is my sister. The Honorable Maisie Gracchus. He blinked and stared at Maisie. Maisie Gracchus? As in the leader of the Hekate Council. You're Sabina's sister. Twin sister, she corrected, smiling. Excuse me, but if you're done with the introductions, we have a situation here, Giggle said. Slade schooled his features. I apologize if anything I've said tonight has offended you, he said to Maisie. I had no idea who you were. She waved away his apology while I rolled my eyes at his ass-kissing. That was the point. I'd hoped to avoid revealing my identity. But since this situation involves both my sister and one of my constituents... She trailed off, looking toward Lenny. Of course, Slade said. If there's anything I can do, just let me know. She nodded dismissively, obviously lost in thought as she puzzled how to proceed. I crossed my arms, trying to tamp down my impatience. If it was up to me, Lenny would already be dead. But Maisie was right. We needed to get to the bottom of this mess. Do you have any brass handy? Maisie asked finally. Of course, Slade said. He walked over to Giggle and pulled a set of keys out of his pocket. Giggle glared at him while he unlocked the collar. Take hers off, too, Giggle demanded. Slade glanced at Maisie. She nodded. By all means. He clicked off Volva's collar next and brought both to Maisie. She shook her head. Please place it on Lenny. Slade smiled his apology at his lack of thought. Brass dampens magic. That's why all the demons in Fight Club had to wear brass collars. It prevented them from cheating and blasting their opponents with demon magic. They also worked on mages, which was why Maisie refused to touch them. Slade clamped a collar around Lenny's neck. Okay, he said. Maisie's movements were economical as she switched into business mode. I'm going to release the spell in a moment. Let's make this clear from the beginning. I'll be asking the questions. If any of you are unable to hold your tongue during this process, you will be asked to leave. Is that clear? The four of us nodded. Maisie took a step closer to Lenny and whispered something under her breath. The air popped as the spell released. Lenny stumbled forward, his previous momentum cut short. What the hell? He yelled. His hands moved to his neck. When he realized what was around his neck, he paused, his eyes closed. Oh, fuck! I'm a dead man! Now, no one's going to kill you, Maisie said. We just have a few questions. Lenny shook his head. You're wrong! When she finds out the demon's still alive, she's going to kill me. Who is? Maisie said in a soothing voice. Lenny was so distraught he didn't even realize Maisie had changed appearance. I don't know! I clenched my fists against the urge to jump in and throttle the mage. Maisie moved closer, all soothing voice and calming movements. What do you mean you don't know? How did you know someone wanted Giggle out of the way? Lenny ran a hand through his greasy hair. I got a phone call. Some chick told me that if I had Volva challenge the new demon fighting at Vane, she'd make sure all my debts were paid. She asked for Volva specifically? When he nodded, she continued. Why? She said he'd beaten the other demons too easily. Maybe a hot piece of demon ass like Volva would distract him long enough so she could kill him. I glanced over at Volva. She shot Giggle a pained look, as if apologizing. He patted her arm to let her know he didn't blame her for Lenny's plan. Maisie frowned. But I thought you and the Shade had an agreement that if Volva threw the fight, your debt would be forgiven. Why agree to this mage's plan? He offered me that deal after I accepted the chick's offer. She sent a wad of cash as a down payment. The note she sent with the money said failure would be really bad for my health. If she sent you the money for the debt, why accept Slade's offer? I said, unable to help myself. It was the only way I could guarantee Volva would get in the ring with the mischief. Shit. Now everything's ruined. Damn straight, Slade said. Your debt just tripled to cover the money I lost tonight. Oh, gods! Lenny's shoulders drooped. Lenny, I need you to calm down and focus. When did this female contact you? He gasped back a sob. 2 days ago. Did she give you a name? A number? Anything? He shook his head. Nothing. The number showed up as unlisted. No name either. I think she was a mage, though. Maisie's eyes shot to mine. I nodded, acknowledging I caught the implication. Now we knew whoever sent your enemy was female. Now the suspect list included only 50% of the mage population. Why do you think she was a mage? Maisie asked. She said something about that one there. He pointed at me, being a threat to mage kind. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I gritted my teeth against the questions that revelation brought up. Maisie was on top of it, though. If Sabina's the threat, why did she want Giggle dead? Maisie asked. She said she needed the demon out of the way so she could personally take out the mixed blood. A growl ripped through the room, echoing off the concrete walls. Lenny cringed, not so brave now that he couldn't hide behind his magic. I could practically smell Giggle's anger. I couldn't blame him, since I was feeling pretty hot myself. Maisie shot the demon a warning look. Volva petted his arm until he stilled. I've heard enough, Maisie declared. Lenny, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of a mage's familiar. She looked at Slade as Lenny's head drooped. I need a phone. Slade pulled his cell phone from an inner pocket of his suit coat. While Maisie called in backup, I went over to Giggle. I'm not in trouble, am I? Volva said. I fought against the instinct to blame her for her part of this mess. It wasn't her fault she'd been summoned by an asshole. No, it's not your fault. I smiled tightly. Gee, can I talk to you for a sec? Giggle nodded and kissed Volva on the forehead. When he pulled away, his body was covered in gold glitter. I pulled him far enough away that Volva couldn't listen in. This is some shit, huh? He said. Can you believe that douchebag? I swallowed, hating what I was about to say. She can't stay, G, I blurted. He paused. Why the hell not? He demanded finally. She's his property. Like hell, he growled. I sighed. Listen, I know you like her, but he's probably going to go to jail, or whatever the mages do to attempted murderers. He'll probably have to send her back when that happens. This is bullshit, he said. It's not her fault. I placed a hand on his arm. I know that. He looked over at Volva. She had her golden arms wrapped around her middle as she watched Lenny beg Maisie not to turn him in. She looked vulnerable and lost standing there alone. Can you talk to Maisie? See if there's another way? I don't know. His eyes pleaded with me. Please, Sabina. I love her. I frowned at him. How can you love her? You met her 30 minutes ago. I can't explain it. He sighed like a lovesick swain. Volva completes me. I rolled my eyes. I'm serious. And he was. I could see it in his eyes. My demon was in love. I sighed. Fine, I'll talk to Maisie. Giggle pumped a fist in the air. Yes! I held up a hand, but I'm not promising anything. Don't get your hopes up. She could very well send Volva back herself tonight. He nodded eagerly, as if he understood, but I could see he was already planning a demon wedding in his head. With a martyred sigh, I walked back toward the ring. Maisie was talking softly to Volva. As I watched, she put her arm around the demoness. I paused, not wanting to interrupt. Maybe their bonding moment would soften Maisie up from my request. Of course, the wait also gave me time to think about the consequences of Volva staying. I didn't want 2 demons under my care. Hell, I could barely manage to keep Giggle out of trouble. Finally, Maisie gave Volva a final squeeze and came my way. When she reached me, she pulled me aside. We need to talk about Volva. Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, too. Giggle. Maisie interrupted. I have to send her home, Sabina. I know Giggle likes her, but Lenny's going to trial. We can't have a demon hanging around without someone taking responsibility for her. What if I take custody of her? Not that I wanted a second minion, but I didn't want to let Giggle down. Maisie shook her head. Sabina, don't you think you have enough on your plate without adding a second minion? I sighed. Probably, but I can work something out. Giggle and Volva had been sliding closer as we talked, and now they were just a few feet away. Maisie noticed them too, and lowered her voice. Are you sure? I looked at the demons. Giggle pleaded with his eyes. Maybe having 2 demons at my disposal wouldn't be so bad. It's the least I can do. Maisie sighed. If that's what you want, I'll have to have Lenny transfer control to you. He can do that? Maisie nodded. Yeah, it's a simple transference spell. I'll tell him if he cooperates, we'll take that into account during the trial. Okay, I said. Let's do this. Behind me, I heard Giggle whisper, Yes. Maisie shot me a look like she thought I was crazy before she went to talk to Lenny. While they discussed the logistics, I went back to the demons. Well, Volva, looks like you get to stay. Then something occurred to me. No one had asked her opinion of the plan. That is, if you want to. She looked up at Giggle and smiled. I do. I barely managed not to roll my eyes. Who knew demons could be so sappy? Over her head, Giggle mouthed, Thank you. I nodded, suddenly feeling better about the decision. Okay, Maisie called. We're ready. The 3 of us went over to Maisie and Lenny. I'll remind you that any aggression on your part when I take off this collar will be added to your list of crimes, Maisie was saying. Lenny nodded, looking broken. Yeah, I know. Maisie nodded to Slade, who unlocked the collar. Lenny took a moment to rub his neck. I'm gonna need the salt from my backpack. Slade went to the rumpled knapsack Lenny had dropped outside the ring. He found the box of salt and brought it to Lenny. Okay, everyone stand back, he said. I cast a threatening glance his way to discourage any shenanigans, but he just went about pouring the circle in a businesslike manner. When he was done, he rubbed his palms together. I'm ready. Maisie nodded her permission, and we all stood silently while Lenny closed his eyes. Soon, a shimmering wall of magic rose around Volva. Inu idimu, nodanu a Sabina Kane. Ana harani sa alaktasa latara. A laser-like beam of magic shot out from the circle and landed on Maisie, making her hair stand on end. After a moment, the light disappeared and the sheet of magic around Volva descended. I jerked, worried Lenny had figured out a way to harm Maisie. Since the spell was done in the Hekate language, I had no idea what he'd just said. But other than a scowl and mussed hair, she looked fine. Maisie's breath escaped her in a rush. What the hell? I told you to transfer the demon to Sabina. Oh shit, I whispered, cluing in on the situation. Lenny frowned. I don't know what happened. You heard me say Sabina's name. It should have worked. Wait, what's going on? Giggle said, looking worried. Maisie turned to him. Lenny screwed up and transferred Volva to me instead of Sabina. I didn't screw up, Lenny muttered. Can't he just undo the spell? I asked Maisie. My sister sighed, looking annoyed. No. Our only option is for me to transfer her to you myself. She shook out her hands and smoothed her hair. Go stand by the circle and we'll try it again. I went to stand next to the circle of salt. Volva stood inside, waiting patiently. Okay, I said, we're ready. Maisie cleared her throat and raised her hands. She drew Volva's sigil in the air and repeated the spell Lenny had used verbatim. Or so I thought. It certainly sounded the same to me. I held my breath, waiting for the transfer spell to hit me, but nothing happened. After a few seconds of waiting, I grew restless. Maisie? Maisie's mouth fell open. It's not working, Lenny snorted, looking superior. Now who screwed up? Maisie rounded on the male. I did the spell right. There's no reason the transfer shouldn't have worked. Gigul stepped forward. Actually, there is one reason. What do you mean? I asked. He shrugged. Maybe Volva's supposed to be with Maisie. I looked at Maisie, gauging her reaction to Gigul's theory. She looked shocked by the idea. Gigul continued, Think about it. When I met Sabina, she wasn't looking for a familiar either. It just kind of happened without her really asking for it. Sort of like it was meant to be. Maisie didn't look convinced. I don't know, guys. Mages usually choose their familiars. With you, it's different because you're a chthonic. It makes sense that you'd have a demon familiar. Yeah, but maybe the mixed blood thing has something to do with it, I said, playing devil's advocate. Besides, you said before you've always wanted a familiar. Maisie opened her mouth to respond, but 3 Pythian guards flashed into the fight ring to take custody of Lenny. Maisie spent the next few minutes filling them in on what happened and handing out instructions. Once they left with Lenny, she turned back to us. Okay, I'm not convinced Volva's supposed to be my familiar, but until I can consult with Rhea and figure out what happened, there's not much I can do. She shot an apologetic look at Volva. I'm sorry about all this. Volva shrugged. I don't mind. No offense, but anyone's better than Lenny. Maisie smiled at the vanity. Thanks, we'll get this sorted out soon. As she went to speak with Slade, and Gigul and Volva began whispering to each other, I blew out a breath. What had started as a girls' night out had ended up in an attempted murder on Gigul, and my sister being stuck with a demon familiar she didn't want. I wasn't sure how the Maisie thing was going to shake out, but I did know one thing. No one messed with my demon. It was time to stop waiting for the council to find the mage behind all these attempts on my life. That bitch was going down. Chapter 24. The next evening, I was getting ready to head to the council meeting when my bedroom door burst wide open. Orpheus stood on the threshold looking like an enraged god. You, he said, his voice low and menacing. I frowned at him. You were expecting someone else? This is my room, after all. He pointed an accusing finger at me. How could you take Maisie into that pit of iniquity? Ah, so that's what this was about. Look, dude, she wanted to go. I tried to talk her out of it, but it was her decision. Orpheus moved through the door and slammed it shut behind him. I don't give a damn whose idea it was. You should have known better than to take the Oracle to a seedy dive bar. I knew you were trouble the moment you arrived. I crossed my arms. You need to chill out. Nothing happened. Maisie's fine. He sputtered for a moment, tripping over his tongue in his rush to argue. You call getting involved in an attempted murder nothing? I shrugged. She handled herself well. In fact, she made sure everything worked out. If you call coming home with a stray demon of an attempted murderer working everything out. I raised my chin. I do, actually. I won't have this, you hear me? Maisie needs to focus on regaining her visions. She doesn't need to be wasting time consorting with the dregs of dark race society. His tone implied he included me in that group. Look, buddy, I know you're used to calling the shots around here, but Maisie's a grown female. She makes her own choices. Maybe instead of treating her like some fragile doll, you could treat her like the intelligent, strong female she is. And just maybe, if you stop pressuring her to be a one-woman vision factory, she'll be able to relax long enough to start seeing the future again. His eyes narrowed and his posture went all stiff and offended. You think you know so much. You've only been here a few days. I've known Maisie her whole life, helped Ameritot raise her as if she was my own daughter, out of respect for your father's memory. So don't tell me how to deal with Maisie when you yourself have shown complete disregard for both her station and her safety. Your father would be ashamed of you. I leaned forward, my jaw clenched and my stare icy. I don't give a fuck what Tristan Gracchus would think of me. And why doesn't that surprise me? Your father was a hero, a mage of honor. How his genes managed to produce such a selfish and irresponsible brat like yourself is a mystery. My mouth dropped open at the venom in both his eyes and his words. Before I could respond to his attack, however, he turned on his heel and slammed out of the room. I went to the quivering doorframe and watched his angry progress down the hall. The door next to me opened and a horned head stuck out. Gigul watched Orpheus's retreat for a second. Then his head turned toward me. What was that all about? I blew out a breath. Someone's not happy about Maisie's night out. Worry spread over Gigul's face. You don't think he's going to make her send Balva back to Urkala, do you? I shrugged. I honestly don't know, G. He's not happy about it, but I don't know if he has the power to make Maisie get rid of her. I'll speak to her this evening and find out what she's learned about the mix-up with the transference. Gigul opened his mouth to say something, but just then a golden arm snaked out from the door behind him. The fingers tugged Gigul's arm. Come back to bed, my little mischief maker. Valva's high-pitched voice was muffled, but unmistakable. Just a minute, my little peacock, he said. He turned back to me. Talk to Maisie. I nodded. I'm about to go to the council meeting. I'll see if I can talk to her after. Thanks, Sabina. The golden hands pulled him back into the room and slammed the door behind him. A few seconds later, squeals and moans echoed down the hallway. I sent a quick prayer of thanks to the goddess I had somewhere else to be. Gigul and Valva's sexathon kept waking me up all day, and I was going to stake myself if I had to listen to another round. I grabbed my gun and hid it in a thigh holster under my chiton. The council didn't allow mundane weapons into the council chamber, but what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. After Lenny's revelations the night before, I wasn't about to put myself in a room full of mages without a weapon. I might need more practice with my newfound magical skills, but I had plenty of experience using a gun, and I wouldn't hesitate to put that experience to use if someone came after me again. From my vantage point in the front row of the audience, the entire council looked wound up tighter than concertina wire. In addition to the tension of the coming meeting, the fallout from the previous night's debacle was also clearly in play. Maisie kept shooting resentful looks at Orpheus. He steadfastly refused to even look at her, preferring instead to glare at me. I preferred to watch the small male sitting next to Orpheus's left. He had to be a fairy with his knife's blade cheekbones and luminescent skin. He filled out his green velvet coat and frilly white shirt with a muscular torso. His long brown hair covered his ears, but I'd bet cash money their tips were pointed. In short, he was gorgeous, but that wasn't why I watched him. Disdain twisted his Cupid's bow mouth and narrowed his almond eyes as he watched me. Looked like the Queen's emissary wasn't a fan. Since we'd never met, his attitude surprised me, but before I could ponder the whys, Orpheus banged his gavel on the table. This meeting of the ancient and venerable Hekate Council is now called to order. The room fell silent except for the occasional shifting of bodies trying to get comfortable on the impossibly small cushions covering the floor. I caught Maisie's eye and sent her an encouraging smile. She tried to return it, but her lips formed a tight grimace instead. Poor Maisie, I thought. Now that I knew about her vision problem, I could only imagine the intense performance pressure she must be feeling. As you all know, the Council has been seriously debating the prospect of declaring war against the Dominé. We understand you're all invested in the outcome of our decision, but we ask for your continued patience as we weigh all the potential consequences. He paused and took a sip of water. I couldn't help but get the sense he was stalling. In addition to investigating the situation, we have also been in negotiation with Queen Maeve's special envoy, Hawthorne Banasheth. He nodded toward the fairy. If the council votes for war, The Queen's support will be crucial to achieving victory. To Mr. Banisheath, we'd like to extend our welcome and our assurances that the Hekate Council is committed to continuing our cherished alliance with all Fey kind." Hawthorne nodded regally with a slight smile. "High Councilman Orpheus, Queen Maeve, may the goddess protect her, would like to extend her warmest regards to all members of this esteemed council as well as your honorable constituents. The Queen is pleased we are able to come to a satisfactory resolution to our negotiations. If the Hekate Council, in its wisdom, decides war is the best course of action, the Queen is prepared to offer her full support." A ripple of excitement made its way through the mages. I sat up a little straighter at the news myself. I just couldn't figure out why Maisie didn't look more pleased by her success with the Fey envoy. Hawthorne smiled at the audience. "Together our ancient and noble races will finally disperse with the scourge of all the dark races, the Dominé." As a cheer rose, the fairy's eyes picked me out of the crowd. I shifted on my cushion uneasily. What was this guy's deal, anyway? "Thank you, Envoy Banisheath," Orpheus said. "Please send the Queen our warmest regards upon your return to court tomorrow." He shifted then to look at Maisie. "We will now hear from the Honorable Maisie Gracchus. Maisie?" His voice was tight, as if he'd preferred not to talk to her. As it was, he barely managed to look at her. Maisie, to her credit, rose with her shoulders back and her head held high. "I have nothing to report." She inclined her head respectfully in Orpheus's direction and sat back down. Confused murmurs swarmed around me. Obviously, everyone was disappointed their oracle didn't have any new visions to report. Orpheus frowned and leaned over to Maisie, whispering. Maisie shook her head, her mouth tight. Orpheus stared at her hard for a moment. She met his gaze with her own, all but daring him to give her shit about her continued lack of visions. Finally, he sighed and turned back toward the mic. "This meeting is adjourned." Outraged cries rang out over the crowd. The mages wanted more answers, but Orpheus stormed from the room. The envoy rose and went to speak with other members of the council, no doubt playing his diplomatic role to the hilt. I rose and went to Maisie. She was gathering paper and avoiding the glares of mages who walked by on their way toward the exit. "Maisie?" She looked up. "Hey, Sabina," she sighed. I jerked my head toward the door. "Someone's pissy. You okay?" She sighed. "The only thing that will redeem me in Orpheus's eyes right now is being able to predict the outcome of the vote." She leaned in, whispering, "That's the real reason they're holding off now that we have the Queen's support." She didn't sound happy about that bit of news. You'd figure they'd be happy about that. A rueful smile spread on her lips. "Oh, the Council's thrilled with the outcome. Queen Maeve has committed her army and resources to the war effort if the Council declares." I frowned, not understanding her bitter tone. "Isn't that a good thing?" She shrugged. "In some respects, but I'm afraid of the price we'll all pay when this war happens." I wasn't sure what I could say to ease her mind. The minute I found out the Dominé were angling for war, I knew it wouldn't end well for anyone. But with each passing day, war seemed inevitable. "Listen," I said, clumsily changing the subject. "I hope I didn't get you in trouble about last night." "Don't worry about it. Orpheus isn't happy, of course, but he'll get over it. He's just tense about the vote right now." The corner of her mouth twisted up. "Besides, I don't really care if he's mad." "Did you get a chance to talk to Rhea about the familiar thing?" Maisie nodded. "Yeah, she agrees with Gigwol's theory. I didn't do the spell wrong, so there's no other explanation for why Volva is tied to me." "I'm sorry." "Don't be." She waved away my concern. "To be honest, I'm kind of excited to have my very own demon." "Really? You're not going to send her back to Urkala, then?" "Nah, I'm gonna keep her. For some reason, the universe thinks I need a familiar right now. Who am I to argue? Besides, turns out she's pretty cool." I ignored the universe comment and focused on the second part. Other than her being a screamer during sex, I didn't know much about vulva. How so? Did you know she can turn into a peacock? Maisie asked. I shook my head. No, but I guess it makes sense. If Mischief Demon turns into a cat, I guess it makes sense Vanity would turn into a peacock. Maisie laughed, but that's not all. She's also a whiz at organization. While Giggle took a nap today, she completely rearranged my workshop. I had no idea I owned 12 tubes of alizarin crimson. She even organized my canvases by size. She's going to save me a fortune in painting supplies. Neither of us mentioned the fact that if Maisie didn't start having visions again, she wouldn't be needing any new supplies. Still, I was glad to see her excited about the prospect of having her own minion. That's great, Maze. She nodded absently, although we're going to have to figure out some sort of conjugal visit schedule for those two. The minute Giggle woke up from his nap, she disappeared on me. I laughed. You may be right. They keep waking me up all day. Maisie, Damara interrupted, coming toward us. She didn't even acknowledge my presence as she gave me her back to talk to Maisie. Rhea needs to talk to you about the Blood Moon Festival. Oh, Maisie said. Sabina, I'm sorry. I promised Rhea we'd go over the plans for the festival right now. I waved a hand. No problem. I was going to hit the gym anyway. Maisie waved. Cool. I'll look for you there after my meeting. I've got a surprise for you. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? She smiled. You'll have to wait and see. Bye. She rushed off with Damara in tow. As I made my way out of the chambers toward the gym, I felt pretty good. There were still storm clouds on the horizon, of course, but for the first time in a while, I felt like maybe the glass was half full. Maisie and I were growing closer. My magic lessons were progressing nicely, and the council had finally snagged the support of the Queen, which meant Adam would be back soon. Yep, life was definitely looking up. Chapter 25. The gym was empty, thank the goddess. I'd been so anxious to get there, I'd forgotten to change out of my ceremonial chitin, but I didn't want to take the time to run all the way to my room now, so I shrugged. The skirt was loose enough I could still kick, and the sleeveless design wouldn't get in the way of punching. I pulled the gun from my thigh holster and set it on the table so it wouldn't get in the way. I probably should have been practicing my magic, but with Rhea busy with Maisie, I decided to sneak in a physical workout instead. It had been so long since I'd had the freedom to really put my body through the paces and work up a good, honest sweat. I threw on a pair of boxing gloves and made a beeline for the punching bag in the corner. Soon my punches and kicks fell into a soothing rhythm, allowing my brain to focus on other things. I realized it had been days since I'd thought about my grandmother. When I'd arrived in New York, I'd been driven by the need for revenge. And while I still wanted to make her pay, I found that the edge of that need had dulled. One of these days, I'd meet her again, face to face, but in the meantime, there were more pressing concerns. Like Maisie's prophecy and a looming war, and finding out who was trying to kill me and why. I hadn't told Maisie, but I resented how little the council had done to track down the mage who sent Eurynomy after me. I hadn't mentioned it because, well, they had bigger issues to deal with. But I hoped that Lenny's attempt on Giggle's life would light a fire under their asses. According to Maisie, Lenny was sitting in a cell in the basement of the building awaiting trial. But whoever sent him after Giggle was smart. A trial wouldn't reveal the real culprit. I imagined a female mage's face stamped on the front of the bag. Whoever the bitch was would pay for going after Giggle. Coming after me was one thing, but no one threatened my friends. My knuckles started to bleed, but I kept punching. The pain eased some of my frustration. My breath came in quick pants now. My mind shifted back to my conversation with Michael Romulus. He seemed to think the mage who tried to kill me might be working for someone else. But who? Wham, wham, wham! I punched faster. If Michael was right, why would someone want to make sure I didn't have any allies? Whack! I sidekicked the bag twice. I jogged around it now, hitting it with jabs and kicks, punishing it for not giving me answers. Finally, the bag surrendered under the force of my blows and split open. Sand spilled to the floor like blood from a wound. My breath heaving, I lifted my hands. My fingers throbbed hotly. The knuckles looked like someone had taken a mallet to them. I sighed. Violence was so simple. Kill or be killed. Wound or be wounded. There was a pleasing symmetry in the black and white of it. Mages seemed to prefer shades of gray. And the longer I stayed with them, the more that gray creeped into my brain. The more I felt like I was groping my way through a dense fog. I think it's dead. I spun into a crouch, hissing in surprise at the intruder. Hawthorne Banasheath stood in the doorway, his hands raised. I apologize for catching you off guard. I rose and forced my muscles to relax. My heart still pounded, but I forced a casual shrug. I didn't hear you come in. He pushed away from the door. Not surprising. He nodded toward the ruined punching bag. I crossed my arms. No offense, but I'm not really in the mood for a chat. Hawthorne ignored that and moved farther into the room. I haven't had a chance to properly introduce myself. Remembering his disdain during the council meeting, I raised my chin. I know who you are. And let's not pretend you don't know who I am. Just tell me what you want and leave. As you wish. He pulled a sword from the scabbard at his side. I should have felt surprised or angry. Instead, I felt a healthy dose of irony and weariness. Put the blade away, Peter Pan. You might accidentally cut yourself. You'd think a fairy facing down a seasoned assassin might look a little anxious. Instead, Hawthorne Banasheath had the calm countenance of a professional killer. This is fairy steel, he said in a conversational tone. Do you know these swords are specifically designed for decapitating vampires? That's one of the reasons the council wanted the Queen's support so badly. For the first time since he drew the blade, my heart picked up a notch. He flicked the blade so it caught the light. The metal had an iridescent glow that implied it held some sort of magic. I shifted my weight to the balls of my feet. That's interesting. From the corner of my eye, I gauged the distance to my gun. But I'd be more interested to know why you're pulling it on me. He pulled to the right, tracking my movements with the blade. It's simple, really. You're a threat to our plans. Whose plans? He laughed, sidestepping to the right, putting himself between me and the gun. I'm afraid that's classified information. Fair enough, I said. How are you going to explain murdering me to the council? He tilted his head to the side. Sabina, let's not be naive. Your temper is well known, as is your murderous background. Do you really think anyone here is going to question me when I tell them you attacked me? Not when they're all counting on the Queen's support. He was smart, I'd give him that. I considered just rushing him and ending this, but blades are tricky. The minute something stabby enters a fight, someone's getting cut. Since he was the one with the sword, it didn't take a leap to figure out who'd be bleeding. I wasn't sure exactly how the fairies crafted their steel, but I was pretty sure it held some sort of nasty spell. I didn't want a chance getting nicked to find out for sure. Instead, I feinted left and rolled right. Hawthorne took the bait but recovered quickly, overcorrecting to give chase. The blade whistled through the air just above my head. I came up with my back to the table. If I could avoid Hawthorne's parries and thrusts for a few more steps, I'd grab the gun and end this. But with his next swing, something shiny fell free of his frilly shirt. Normally, seeing a necklace wouldn't have distracted me, but when I saw the gold 8-pointed star pendant, I hesitated. In that split second, moving as fast as lightning, Hawthorne slashed my left arm. The wound was shallow but hurt like hellfire. I'd been right about the sword being spelled. The flesh tingled painfully for a split second before going completely numb. I dove for the gun with my left hand. At that moment, Hawthorne's sword slashed viciously at my arm, knocking the gun from my hand and slicing a gash down my forearm. The gun dropped to the floor, and the feeling raced out of my arm. My heart slammed into my ribs, and cold sweat covered my body. I went limp, dropping to the floor. Hawthorne's blade slashed the air in front of my neck. I hit the floor hard and rolled. I cursed and rolled again as the fairy bastard came back for another swipe. Obviously, I couldn't just roll around the floor praying for help to arrive. Time to call on the only other weapon available to me. Hawthorne's boot slammed into my ribs. "Lie still and accept your fate!" Time slowed. Hawthorne's sword cut a slow, wide arc through the air. The energy exploded through me hard and fast. I screamed with the force of it. The fairy's eyes widened a split second before the spell blasted out of my eyes and right into his midsection. His green jacket ignited immediately. His mouth gaped mid-swing, and a gasp escaped his mouth. The sword clattered against the hardwoods. His screams raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Flames licked Hawthorne's body like hungry mouths, consuming him. He ran in circles, as if it was possible to escape the agony. But his movements only encouraged the fire to burn hotter, brighter. It was one thing to watch a dummy burn, but watching the fairy jerk and wail as he burned alive was truly horrifying. The scent of burnt flesh stung my nose. I crawled to my knees, watching helplessly. My conscience kicked in, realizing what I'd done. Yes, he'd tried to kill me, but no one deserved to die like this. He finally collapsed into a mewling heap by the windows. Still, the fire burned, pink scalp showing through the smoldering remains of his hair. His lips were burned off, leaving his mouth nothing but a mass of teeth. The grotesque facsimile of a smile made bile rise in my throat. By this time, I'd begun to get feeling back in my arms. Without allowing myself to think too hard about what I was about to do, I picked up the gun. I limped slowly toward the windows. I stood over the smoldering body and listened. A soft wheeze escaped his charred mouth. His lidless eyes were open. The pupils shot through with red. I crouched down and placed my ear next to his ruined face. The skeletal face groaned, making me jump. That one pathetic noise made my decision for me. I pulled the trigger. Chapter 26. They found me sitting next to the body, the gun still in my hand and my eyes on the golden pendant. I heard Maisie's gasp first, followed by a male curse. Footsteps pounded across the wooden floor. I looked up slowly and then blinked. Adam? His handsome face was creased with worry as he knelt in front of me. Sabina, talk to me. His hands ran over my face, checking for injuries. When he reached my arms, his eyes narrowed. The skin had closed but remained hot and angry red. Oh my gods! Maisie groaned, covering her mouth at the sight of the fairy's ruined body. Sabina, what happened? I don't know. 1 minute I was working out, and the next thing I knew he pulled a sword on me. What? Why would he do that? Maisie said. I don't know. He was too busy trying to chop my head off to explain himself. But I think I know who he was working for. I pointed to the amulet. And it wasn't just the queen. Maisie tried to look, but her eyes skittered away from the gruesome display. Adam, made of stronger stuff, rose and frowned down at the body. Is that what I think it is? What is it? Maisie asked. It's supposedly an amulet worn by the members of the cast of Nod, I said. I saw one once in a magic store in L.A. When I asked about it, the clerk got all agitated, told me a fairy whose mother worked for the cast pawned it. He begged me not to tell anyone he had it, because he didn't want that kind of attention. Maisie looked at Adam, who nodded solemnly. I've never seen one in person before, but I've heard the same thing. Even if he is a member of the cast, why would he want to kill you? She said. Her face looked like it had aged years. Sabina, this is bad, really bad. Tell me about it, I said. It's not like I asked him to try to kill me, Maisie. She hesitated. Are you absolutely positive he struck first? I looked at Adam and saw the same question lurking in his eyes. Seeing their suspicion, something inside me broke. I suppose on some level I knew they'd never believe me. Hell, I wouldn't have believed me either. They'd literally found me holding a smoking gun, next to a smoking body. Still, the doubt in their eyes cut me deep. Before I could defend myself, Orpheus burst into the room. "What the hell is going on here?" He stopped short when he saw the body, his face contorted into a mask of rage. "How could you do this?" "Orpheus," Maisie began, only to be cut off. "Lazarus, arrest her!" Adam hesitated. At that moment, a dozen other mages, including Rhea, Damara, Gigul, and a few guards, spilled into the room. How word traveled so fast, I had no idea. "Lazarus! I told you to take this murderer into custody!" Orpheus shouted over the shocked gasps of the newcomers. Adam stepped forward. "Sir, I think we need to let her explain." Orpheus glared at Adam. "Are you questioning the leader of the Hekate Council, boy? I gave you an order." Adam's chin came up. "She claims it was self-defense, sir. Surely she deserves a chance to explain." "I don't give a damn who struck first. Someone with her training should be able to subdue a fairy without lethal force. From the looks of that body, she not only tortured him with magic, she also shot him point-blank in the head. That's not self-defense." "Sabina wouldn't have done this without a reason," Gigul said, breaking into the argument. "Gigul," I said quietly, with a warning clear in my voice. I appreciated his defending me, but I didn't want him in the middle. If Orpheus got his way and they locked me up, Gigul might be considered guilty by association. 2 guards had taken my arms during the argument. I allowed the restraint because fighting them would only worsen matters. Through the gathering crowd, I spotted Rhea standing near the door. Her gaze met mine. But instead of disappointment or condemnation, her expression was thoughtful and maybe a little sad. "The demon's right," she said, calling out to be heard over the raised voices. "Sabina might have a temper, but I don't buy that she'd killed the fairy in cold blood without a damn good reason." Orpheus turned toward Rhea. At her defense, some of the wind came out of his sails, but he didn't change his course. To back down now would make him look indecisive and weak. "Regardless of her reason, she just murdered a high-ranking member of Queen Maeve's court," he said. "I have no choice but to lock her up pending an investigation." He nodded to the guards holding my arms. "Take her to the holding cell." "Orpheus, no!" Maisie pleaded. Tears streamed down her face. He looked at Maisie with regret on his face. "If the Queen finds out that I made an exception just because she's your sister, things will only be worse for all of us." A muscle worked in Adam's jaw. "I'll take her down." "You're lucky I'm not throwing you in a cell for insubordination as it is," Orpheus snapped. "You two," he nodded to the guards holding me. "Lock her up." Rough hands pulled me up and led me out of the room. I went along willingly. More than anything, I craved silence. A private moment so I could fall apart without an audience. As I passed Adam, he shot me a look full of longing. I shook my head imperceptibly. I didn't want him getting into more trouble over me. I wasn't worth it. I'd screwed up everything he and Maisie had worked for by killing the fairy. He nodded and went to put an arm around Maisie, whose body was shaking with loud sobs. As I passed Gigul, I said, "Stay close to Maisie, and whatever you do, don't do anything stupid." The demon's claws worked like he wanted to punch something, but he jerked a nod. He'd obey me on this. I shot him a forced smile and allowed the guards to lead me through the room. Just before we went through the door, Rhea held up a hand to stop the guards. "Stay calm and have faith," she said. I nodded to let her know I appreciated her support, but Faith and I weren't on speaking terms, and I highly doubted spending time in a cell would change my opinion. 10 minutes later, metal bars shot through with brass slammed shut in my face. I slid down the walls of the cramped cell. I wrapped my arms around my stomach. I worried if I didn't, I'd literally break into pieces. There was a crack in the wall a few feet away, just a small fissure. I stared at it for a long time. It's not that I'd given up, more like I'd just accepted the truth. I'd fucked up big time. I knew how much was riding on the Queen's support, and now I'd compromised everything Maisie had been working for. Orpheus wasn't right, though. If I hadn't killed the fairy, he would have killed me, no doubt about it. I'd seen the murderous intent in his eyes, but the fact I had no choice didn't make the situation less volatile. Even if I could convince the council the fairy had forced my hand, they'd still blame me for screwing up their chance of getting the Queen's support. A roach crawled out of the crack then. As it scurried across the floor, I thought about Hawthorne's necklace. Instinct told me I was right about his connection to the cast of Nod. I turned that over in my head, looking at it from every angle. But hard as I tried, I couldn't figure out why the cast would want me dead. I'd never even met a member of the cast, that I knew of. And even if I had, what threat could I possibly pose to them? A crackle of energy sounded outside the cell. I didn't feel it since I was behind brass, but I heard it. I finally blinked and looked away from the crack in time to see Maisie materialize on the other side of the bars. "We have to hurry," Maisie said. Reaching into the hidden pocket of her skirt, she produced a key. I watched as she unlocked the cell door. Didn't move as it swung open. "Sabina? We have to hurry." I blinked again. She snapped her fingers in my face. "You have to snap out of it. You have to get out of here." I tilted my head to the side. "Why?" "If they hand you over to the Queen, she'll have you executed." "No," I said slowly. "Why are you helping me?" She sighed. "Because you're my sister, and I know you wouldn't have killed the fairy unless you had to." "Don't fool yourself, Maisie. I'm an assassin, remember? I don't need a good reason to kill." She grabbed my arms and shook me. "Stop it! I know you were defending yourself, and I'm not going to allow Orpheus to hand you over to the Queen as some sort of sacrificial lamb." "I burned him, Maisie." My voice cracked. Her face was grave. "And then you put him out of his misery. You did the right thing, Sabina. So stop punishing yourself. He was going to kill you." She grabbed my hand. "Adam and I are going to keep working on Orpheus, but you need to disappear for a while, just until the heat dies down." I closed my eyes. How had things gotten so fucked up so fast? What was Adam doing back anyway? I thought he wasn't coming until the festival. When I wrapped up the negotiations with Hawthorne, her voice cracked on his name, I convinced Orpheus to let Adam come back early. That was my surprise. I opened my eyes and looked into my sister's watery blue gaze. She'd thought she was playing Cupid, organizing a reunion between me and Adam, and I'd fucked it all up. "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry. You deserve better than this." Another tear slid down her cheek. I huffed a humorless laugh. "No, I don't. But I appreciate your support, no matter how misguided it may be. I figure the best thing to do is to send you to Slade. Do you think he'll put you up for a few days? I'll send a message when it's safe to return." Her suggestion made sense. Slade already wanted me to work for him. Surely he'd put me up for a few days if I agreed to do a few jobs. "What about Giggle?" I asked, trying to cover all the angles. "I'll keep an eye on him." I nodded. That was for the best. I didn't want to tear him away from Volva because of my fuck-up. "Tell Adam—" What could I say? At this point, he was probably regretting ever bringing me to New York. "Just tell him I said goodbye, okay?" Maisie swallowed hard. "There's no need. When you get back, you two can say everything that needs to be said to each other." I forced a smile. "Okay." I didn't have the heart to tell her I wouldn't be coming back. Chapter 27. Pins and needles exploded on every part of my body. Freezing wind whipped at my face and hair, making my teeth chatter. A high-pitched whine pummeled my eardrums, so intense I felt close to madness. My brain struggled to make sense of these sensations, but my thoughts shifted like quicksilver. The wind stopped suddenly, my ears popped, and every nerve ending on my body sizzled in the silence. I blinked and looked around. Vane's familiar urban decor surrounded me. Behind the bar, Earl paused in the process of drawing a pint glass. His mouth hung open in shock. "Hey, Earl." He set the glass down slowly. "Hi. Slade around?" He shook himself and nodded. "In his office." Leaving the surprised barkeep staring, I turned toward the stairs. As I moved toward them, I realized Maisie had sent me away in my own clothes. The goddess bless my sister. If I'd shown up in Slade's bar wearing a blood-spattered chiton, it would only invite questions I wasn't prepared to answer. I squared my shoulders, not allowing myself to think too hard about what I had to do. When I opened the office door after a quick knock, Slade looked up from his desk. He'd been frowning at an open ledger when I came in, but when he saw me, his face cracked into a surprised smile. "Sabina!" He rose and came forward. "This is an unexpected pleasure. I just came to tell you I've decided to take you up on your offer." Slade stopped mid-stride and frowned. "What?" His keen gaze swept over me. I'm not sure what he saw, but something shifted in his expression, moving from confusion to concern. I swallowed, hating him for making me say it out loud. "Yes, I'll work for you." "You look like hell." He put an arm around my shoulders. "Let's sit down and talk about it." I shook my head and shrugged off his sympathy. "There's nothing to talk about. Either you want me to work for you or you don't." Slade watched me silently for a few moments. I wondered if I'd looked as broken as I felt. Finally, he said, "I take it things didn't work out with the mages." I closed my eyes. I said I didn't want to talk about it. "I'll take that for a yes, then." He paused, his eyes warm with sympathy. "I might be able to scrounge up some work for you." I opened my eyes again. This time, as I looked at Slade, the backs of my eyes stung. Whether from relief or regret, I didn't know. Probably both. "It's just for a couple of days, so I'm ready to start immediately." "Sabina, I don't think—" I waved a hand to quiet his protest. "If that doesn't work for you, I'll figure something else out." He blew out his breath. "Do you need money? Is that it?" "I need to get out of town ASAP." He frowned. "That bad?" I nodded. He leaned back into the couch and blew out a breath. "Look, I know it's none of my business, but maybe you shouldn't be making any hasty decisions right now." "You're right," I said. "It isn't any of your business." "Sabina." I gritted my teeth. "I'm fine, damn it." But the crack in my voice gave me away. "Sure you are," he said with a knowing look. "Look, I'm not going to push you to spill your guts. Just know if you need to talk, I'm here, okay?" I didn't want to talk about it. In fact, I was done talking about anything. Exhaustion clung to me like a parasitic vine. I stifled a yawn. "You're beat. Why don't you crash here? There's a room behind the office with a futon. It's not much, but it's private and safe. Leave it to Slade to understand that safety would outweigh comfort." "Thanks, Slade." The corner of his mouth lifted. "Hey, what are friends for?" He patted my knee. "Come on, the sun's almost up. I'll help you get settled and then head home." I followed him across the office to a bookcase on the far wall. He felt around for a hidden switch. The shelves slid aside smoothly, barely making a sound. Behind them, a steel door was set into the wall. "Nice," I said. He shrugged and used a key to open the deadbolt. "I set it up as a panic room years ago. I sleep here when I get word some new blood decides they want to take over my turf." "That happen often?" He shook his head. "Not anymore." He motioned for me to go first into the dark room. He flipped a switch and light bathed the small room. He was right. It wasn't much to write home about. A futon took up most of the wall. A small dorm fridge hummed in the corner. An out-of-date TV was hooked up to an old-school VCR with a few tapes piled next to it on the floor. Another door across the room probably led to a bathroom. "What changed?" I asked. There was no use commenting on the room, so I focused on what he'd said. "About 20 years ago, things were different. Turf wars were pretty common. The Hekate Council was worried the tensions would expose us all to humans, so they came to me and struck a deal. I'd get exclusive rights to sell their cash crops with a hefty commission. In return, I agreed to clean things up and keep the vamps and wares in line." He shrugged. "Every now and then, some new blood comes to town and tries to challenge my control, but they usually don't get too far. I've made sure it's in everyone's best interest to keep me in charge." I looked at Slade with new eyes. Sure, he was no altruist, but his accomplishments were impressive. He'd also managed to escape the Domine's hold and build a new life for himself. If staying in New York didn't mean I'd risk running into mages everywhere I turned, I'd almost consider staying and working for him on a more indefinite basis. "Anyway, I better head out before the sun rises. My apartment's a few blocks away." He grabbed his cell phone from his jacket. "This has my number programmed. Just hit 1. If you need anything, let me know." I took the phone and stuck it in my pocket. "Thanks." He looked around as if trying to think if there was anything else I needed to know. "Oh, there's bagged blood in the fridge. I have Earl restock it regularly, so it's fresh. Help yourself." I grimaced. Bagged blood. Ugh. "Okay, I'm off. Try to get some sleep, okay?" He put his hand on the side of my face, and his thumb stroked my cheek. I considered being offended by the presumptuous contact, but truth was, it was comforting. After weeks among mages and their fucked-up customs and rules, being around Slade felt comfortable, easy, like putting on a favorite pair of broken-in jeans. Only Slade stepped closer. The look in his eyes told me his thoughts had taken a less platonic direction. In my exhaustion, my reflexes were muted. He leaned in, and I was still processing the fact he was about to kiss me. But just when it clicked I needed to stop him, he changed path and kissed my cheek. "Good night, Sabina." I watched him walk out and shut the door. I heard the bookcases slide back into place, and a few minutes later, I listened to the sounds of him and Earl closing down the bar. Only when I was sure I had the building to myself did I collapse on the futon. I was out a few seconds later. That day, I dreamed about being burned at the stake. As I screamed in agony, I looked out over the crowd. Maisie was there, sobbing as she clung to Orpheus. Adam and Slade were punching each other while Giggle cheered them on. And Strikes sat on Lavinia's arm as she danced around my funeral pyre. Chapter 28. To Slade's credit, he'd patiently ignored me for an hour before he broke. "All right, damn it." He slammed his pen down on his desk. "Stop pacing before you wear a rut in my carpet." After being plagued by strange dreams all night, only to wake up to a bag of cold blood, I'd woken in a shitty mood. I'd spent an hour in the bar spoiling for a fight before Slade demanded I go to his office. I stopped and smiled. "You got something for me after all?" When I'd asked earlier, he'd said it was too soon. Probably he was right, but I didn't care. I needed to do something before I went crazy. "Yes, but don't get too excited. It's a small job. There's a vamp who owes me some back blood taxes. I need you to go convince him bringing his account up to date is in his best interest." I'd spent a few years being an enforcer for the Domine out in L.A. The job involved delivering a bunch of broken noses and shaking down the scum of the earth for overdue tithes. Before I got promoted to full-fledged assassin, I knew every vampire club owner, porn peddler, and pimp in the City of Angels. So I knew a little something about convincing reluctant debtors to pay up. How persuasive do you want me to be? Very. This guy's a real asshole. By the time I figured out he was cooking his books, he'd been underpaying for years, and now he's 2 weeks late on his payment. My hand curled into a fist, itching to be put to use. I'll take care of it. In addition to his role as professional pimp, Tiny Malone also owned a strip club called the Fang Bang. Located in Alphabet City, the club catered to horny vamps. Upstairs, Tiny rented out rooms to the nymphs he kept on staff for clients who preferred their blowjobs fang-free. The club consisted of one large cave-like room drenched in red light. On a stage toward the back, a female vampire gyrated her hips in time with blood sugar sex magic. Her tits were real, implants never took in vamps, and covered in silver glitter that matched her G-string. Another chick lay on the bar, dripping blood from a bottle onto her rack. A few horny male vamps watched mesmerized as she licked the blood from her nipples. I headed straight for the bar on the opposite end from the blood show. A male vamp eyed me from a nearby stool. His greasy red hair hung limply to his shoulders, and his right hand was busy in his lap. I avoided his leer as I tried to get the bartender's attention. The 300-pound barkeep stood next to the female on the bar, making sure none of the onlookers helped themselves to a free grope. When he finally noticed us, he held up a finger. I took the opportunity to get the lay of the club. Several males were clumped in front of the stage watching the female in the silver G-string rub her crotch against the pole. Around the perimeter of the room, other girls gave lap dances to males with shadowed faces. Other than the front door, I saw only one other exit, which seemed to lead to a hallway, probably the blood rooms. They were like champagne rooms you'd find in mortal strip clubs, only instead of bubbly, customers got blood with their private shows. Typical setup for this type of club. The bartender finally pulled himself away and approached me. What? Tiny needed to talk to his staff about customer service. I smiled at the asshole. I'm looking for Tiny Malone. He jerked his head toward a dim corner of the club. Over there. I squinted through the haze of cigarette smoke and pheromones. Sure enough, an obese vampire surrounded by strippers sat in a corner booth, puffing on a cigar. That's Tiny? The bartender shot me a look. It's called irony. Look it up. With that, he turned to yell at a male who was getting grabby with the girl dancing on the bar. I took a deep breath and made my way toward Tiny. Surrounded as he was, I tried to think of some way to get him alone. Then it occurred to me I was the only female in a strip club not wearing pasties and a G-string. I pulled the bodice of my tank top lower and adjusted my bra to show a little more cleavage. When I reached the table, I stood across from Tiny. He looked up, his eyes bored. I preferred to believe this was a side effect of looking at bare tits all day, and not a commentary on my own assets. Are you Tiny? I asked, putting a little flirt into my voice. Who wants to know? My name's Candy. I heard you were looking for some new girls. I'd heard no such thing, of course, but in my experience, even if guys like Tiny weren't hiring, they wouldn't pass up a chance for a private audition from some new talent. Tiny heaved his bulk forward, leaning his elbows on the table. You got any experience? His eyes assessed my boobs as he talked. Yeah, I used to work at the Tit Crypt in L.A., I said, rattling off the name of a club I'd actually been to. His eyes narrowed. Your tits are kinda smallish. Gods, this guy made my skin crawl. I made a mental note to demand a few hundred extra from Slade for my suffering. I forced a casual shrug. Never had any complaints. Well, he said, let's see 'em. I tilted my head. Excuse me? Your tits, honey. Need to see the goods. Cold sweat broke out on my chest. I should have expected this. The idea of bearing myself to this pig made me want to puke. However, if I refused, I'd have no chance of getting the pig man alone. How about I give you a private show instead? Bile rose in my throat. I choked on it as I said, I'd love to show you my moves. That can be arranged. Tiny's eyes lit up. Why don't we go back to my office? Tiny shoved one of the strippers out of the way. She whined, but a glare from her boss shut her up. He tried to heft his massive proportions out of the booth. The stripper grabbed his hands and pulled until Tiny's belly became unwedged. His body flew forward, nearly knocking the stripper on her ass. I bit my tongue to keep from laughing. Until he put his arm around my shoulders. Then I had to concentrate on not punching him right there in the middle of the club. Tiny's hand brushed my breast as he ushered me through the black curtain next to the stage. My skin crawled, but I gritted my teeth. Soon the charade would be over, and I'd finally get to show Tiny my real skills. The dark hallway smelled of stale beer and illicit sex. A curtain to my right was open just enough to see a cherry-red head bobbing in a guy's lap. The customer had one hand on the chick's head as he drank blood from a champagne flute with the other. Classy. Tiny made no attempt at small talk. Instead, he led me to a door at the end of the hall next to a heavy metal door with an exit sign glowing above it. I'd never seen an office with a bed in it before. The room was barely big enough to contain both the bed and Tiny. He walked right over and lowered himself onto the edge. He lit a cigarette and tossed the lighter aside. Well, he patted his crotch. Come on, I don't got all night. I smiled at him and went to lock the door. He leaned back. When I turned back toward him, I got an unfortunate glimpse of his member. Looked like I'd finally discovered the real source of his name. Irony my ass. Tiny grabbed himself and waggled his dick like bait. Hit me with your best shot. I sashayed across the room, a teasing smile on my lips. I can't wait. I grabbed him by the lapels and hauled his ass off the bed. My fist finally got its wish and slammed into his fat mouth. Oh, someone likes it rough. A trickle of blood smeared the corner of his grin. Shut up, asshole. I punched him in his gut. The shade sends his regards. Tiny seemed to catch on then. He shoved me hard. I slammed into the table. Dildos scattered across the floor. I jumped over them and grabbed the back of Tiny's shirt before he could reach the door. Wrapping my arm around the bulk of his neck, I jerked him back. Your payment's late, Tiny, I whispered in his ear. The shade's not happy. The check's in the mail. His voice went up an octave. I swear. I delivered a jab to his kidneys. He grunted and tried to pull away. I grabbed his left arm with my free hand and twisted it high behind his back. Not good enough, Tiny. He was panting now. A sheen of sweat covered his moon face. What do you want? I had no idea how much Tiny owed Slade. The fact Slade hadn't requested any broken bones told me it wasn't huge money. Slade hadn't asked me to come back with a good faith deposit on his debt, so I decided just to scare him a little. You've got 24 hours. If the shade isn't holding cash in his hand this time tomorrow, I'm gonna come back. I jerked his arm a little higher. He hissed against the pain. I leaned in to whisper, You don't want that. 'Cause if I have to step foot in this shithole again, they'll be calling you No Dick Malone. He whimpered. Do we understand each other, Tiny? He swallowed audibly. Yes. Good boy. I released his arm and patted his shoulder. I'd planned on making him sit on the bed so I could make a quick exit, but now that he wasn't being subdued, Tiny freaked. He swung around and clocked me in the chin. My teeth clacked together painfully, and I fell back onto the bed. Tiny's girth slammed on top of me, pinning me to the mattress. He put his sausage fingers around my neck and squeezed. No one threatens me in my own club. Pinpoints of light danced in my vision as he cut off my air supply. I grabbed hold of his pinky and bent it back. But Tiny was pissed and pumped full of adrenaline. If he felt the digit snap, he didn't react. If anything, his grip tightened. I'm gonna cut off your head and send it COD to the shade. My hands groped the bed for something, anything I could hit him with. A sharp sting on my palm broke through the haze of asphyxiation. The cigarette Tiny dropped earlier. I grabbed the smoldering butt and jabbed it into Tiny's left eye. The pressure on my neck disappeared, and air rushed into my lungs. Tiny writhed on the floor, his hands covering his ruined eye. I jumped off the bed, ready to get the hell out of Dodge. That's when the scent of burned flesh hit me. Combined with Tiny's cries, the scent took me right back to watching Hawthorne burn. Bile rose in my crushed throat, making me gag. Suddenly, wanting to get out of the room became a desperate need to get out. I tripped over Tiny and stumbled to the door. My fingers clawed at the deadbolt. Finally, the lock turned and I burst into the hall. 2 steps later, I slammed through the exit and into the alley behind the building. Warm spit filled my mouth. I made it 10 feet before I doubled over next to a dumpster. All the bagged blood I'd forced down that morning now forced its way back out onto the filthy pavement. And when it was all gone, bitter bile and dry heaves followed. I fell to my knees and wiped the back of my shaking hand across my mouth. The urge to lie down was strong. But I didn't have the luxury of indulging my body's need to rest. It was only a matter of time before Tiny's men found him and came looking for me. Using the dumpster for leverage, I pulled myself off the ground. I took the cell phone Slade had given me out of my jacket pocket as I limped down the alley. He answered on the first ring. "Slade? I need help." Chapter 29. He picked me up a few blocks away from the club. When I got in the car, he frowned as his gaze scanned over me. "Are you injured?" I shook my head and slammed the door. He looked at me hard for a few seconds before deciding I was telling the truth. He eased his black BMW into traffic. The ride back to Vane didn't take long, but tension hung thick in the air. I could feel Slade's unanswered questions pushing against the barrier I'd erected. But he kept his mouth shut, and I appreciated him not pressuring me to spill my guts. By the time we reached his office, my head felt like a pressure cooker. I went to the bookcases and slammed through the door into my room. Slade hung back. As I closed myself in the tiny bathroom, I heard ice hitting glasses in his office. In the mirror, my face stared back at me with a stranger's eyes. Instead of the usual blue, now my irises were almost black with the shadow of fear. I blinked and rubbed my eyes with shaking hands. Refusing to look in the mirror again, I splashed some water on my face and rinsed the sour taste from my mouth. What was happening to me? Too many half-formed thoughts and troubling memories bumped against each other until I felt like I might go crazy trying to figure it all out myself. Suddenly, the privacy I'd sought in the bathroom became oppressive. I made my way back to Slade's office. He leaned against the desk, looking pensive when I returned. When I sat in a chair in front of his desk, he pushed a glass of whiskey in my hand. I lifted it, and the smoky scent made my stomach churn. But I felt cold inside. So cold I felt like I might never be warm again. Ignoring the scent, I tossed back the drink in one gulp. It scorched a path down before it spread its hot fingers through my stomach. Slade sipped on his own drink and watched me refill the glass. "Do you want to talk about it?" I shook my head. Something told me once I opened the floodgates, I'd drown. Slade nodded, seeming unsurprised by my refusal. "Should I assume something went wrong with Tiny?" I shook my head. "No, not really." It wasn't a lie. I'd accomplished what Slade sent me to do. The message was delivered. He nodded, absorbing that. "Okay. Do you want me to leave so you can be alone?" My head jerked up. The idea of being alone scared the shit out of me. Then I'd have nothing but my own black thoughts to keep me company. Slade waited patiently for my decision. He'd shucked the suit coat and now leaned against the desk in slacks and a white dress shirt with the collar open and the sleeves rolled up. The picture of casual confidence. Confidence so in opposition to my own shaky insecurity and fear. As I watched him, something shifted like mercury inside me. Suddenly, wanting him to stay became needing him to stay. Needing him, period. He seemed to sense the change and held out a hand. I watched him for a moment. The gold flecks in his hazel eyes glowed with something warm. I placed my cold fingers in his hot hand. When he tugged gently, I went with the momentum right into his arms. I tried to convince myself it was just a friendly, supportive hug, but I knew better. We both did. His neck was next to my nose, and I inhaled the coppery scent coming from his skin. After weeks surrounded by the sandalwood scent of mages, Slade smelt like coming home. I had two choices. I could pretend that somehow everything would magically work out and I'd return to mage life. In this scenario, maybe Adam and I would stand a chance. But part of me wasn't sure I wanted that. Not anymore. The truth was, Adam wanted me to be someone I wasn't. Ever since I'd met him, he'd been nagging me to change, to embrace my mage side. But clearly, mage life wasn't a fit for me, and pretending it was hadn't done me any favors. That left me with scenario 2. The vampire holding me wasn't demanding I become someone else. And he was so warm, so solid and vital. I tried to absorb some of that into myself, but I couldn't get close enough. Not this way. Slade whispered my name. I lifted my face to look into his hot eyes. He hesitated a split second, as if he expected me to laugh or run. I met his gaze steadily. It was time to start moving on. His lips warmed mine a second later. I closed my eyes and savored the whiskey taste of his mouth. Why are you doing this? Call the voice in my head conscience or self-preservation. Call it plain old common sense. Either way, I ignored it. And when my traitorous brain tried to call up Adam's face in my head, I slammed the door shut and locked the deadbolt. Something deeper inside, the raw, throbbing, vulnerable part, craved this. The scent, the feel, the taste of Slade soothed the restlessness that had been squirming inside me for weeks. Letting him take the lead felt good. I'd spent so much time fighting, it was a relief to surrender. He groaned and deepened the kiss. He slid his hands through my hair, yanking painfully against my scalp. Yes, punish me. I nipped his lips with my fangs. The metallic taste of blood bloomed in my mouth. The potency of his vampire blood gave me a small boost of adrenaline. It fueled the small spark waking in my belly, and below. The introduction of blood play changed the game. Slade pushed me back against the edge of the desk. He pulled off my tank top, exposing the black lace bra underneath. Soon the bra joined the shirt on the floor, and then his hot, wet mouth was on me. The nipple swelled and tightened, the sharp pain of fang to sensitive skin. I clenched my teeth and grabbed a fistful of his auburn hair. The pleasure-pain sensation of him pulling on the wound almost made me come. Need's claws dug into me. This would be no sweet reunion of bodies, no earnest search for mutual fulfillment. I was no longer capable of worrying about right or wrong. My nerves felt exposed and raw, and the only thing that could soothe them was release. Slade took the hint and grabbed my hips, lifting me onto the desk. Fitting himself between my thighs, he pressed himself to my core. Layers of clothes combined with his hardness and my wetness to create delicious friction. He nuzzled my throat, breathing deeply at the jugular. I want to eat you alive. Not an idle threat from a vampire. I pushed him roughly. No veins. Just fuck me already. His swollen lips lifted into a smile. With pleasure. His warm palm pushed against my collarbone. Pushing back with my hands, I shoved the papers behind me off the desk and lay back. Overhead, the lights crowned his head like a halo on a fallen angel, casting his face in shadow. Good. His hands at my zipper, the scrape of jeans at my hips, lifting my ass to accommodate their trip south. I spread my knees without shame. Cool air tickled my hot flesh, heightening the anticipation. He'd taken off my pants but left my panties in place. Not out of any concern for my modesty, but because he wanted to rip them off me. As they fell to the floor, I watched his hot eyes caress me. I should have felt exposed and vulnerable, but instead I felt powerful, filled with the sacred feminine knowledge I could control this male with my body. Slade pulled my ass closer to the edge of the table, positioning me for easy entry. Then, thank the gods, the head of his cock pressed against my opening. He rubbed it there once, twice, coating himself with the slick. The pressure increased, and then, finally, he was inside. I arched my back and wrapped my legs around his waist, urging him on. He complied, his hips pistoning faster, harder, deeper. His head was thrown back, the muscles in his neck corded with exertion. His jugular throbbed there, begging for my fang. The scent of warm blood and hot sex rose around us like a vapor. My fangs throbbed in my mouth. My hunter instincts urged me to drink from him as he pounded inside me, to complete the circle. But I didn't want that kind of connection with Slade. For a vampire, there is no greater intimacy. To distract myself from the bloodlust, I unwrapped my legs from his hips and perched them on the edge of the table. Coming up on my elbows, I used the newfound traction to give as good as I was getting. We slammed together like tectonic plates. Soon, the seismic shift began. A quaking somewhere deep in my pelvis. It radiated outward, growing in intensity as it spread. I closed my eyes and surrendered myself to bittersweet oblivion. Chapter 30. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. It took me a second to remember where I was. I didn't remember the dream, but the panic I'd woken with told me not to chase the shadowy images hovering at the edges of my mind. As consciousness slowly rose, I felt a warm body under me. Raising my head, I looked up into Slade's sleeping face. We must have passed out after our last workout on the couch. I swallowed and laid my head back on his chest. The clock on his desk was in my line of sight. My heartbeat slowed to match the ticking of the seconds. I closed my eyes, not wanting reality to intrude. Slade shifted under me. His arms came up around my back, and he sighed contentedly. Soon, I felt the pressure of his lips on my hair. I looked up. His eyes were open, and an intimate smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. "Hi," he whispered. "Hey." I accepted the squeeze he gave me before I climbed off of him in search of my clothes. He watched me get dressed with arms behind his head. "I owe you a pair of panties." I zipped my fly before responding. "You can make it up to me by waiving the blood tax so I don't have to drink cold-bagged blood for breakfast." As soon as I'd said it, guilt sparked as I remembered my promise to Maisie, but I tamped it down. I'd only promised I wouldn't feed from humans as long as I was under the protection of the Hekate Council. That wasn't an issue anymore. Besides, I didn't have to kill anyone to feed. There were ways to do it that left the prey disoriented enough not to remember what happened. He came up on one elbow. "Oh, I see how it is. You seduced me just so you could score a hot meal." I laughed out loud. His easy humor broke the lingering tension. "Yes, I've often found males can't resist a hungry female in the midst of an existential crisis." He chuckled and rose. His hair stood up in tufts around his head. "Either way, of course I'll waive the tax. It's the least I can do after weakening you with my furious love-making skills." I snorted and sat down to pull on my boots. Of course, he was partially correct. A night of sex always left me famished, but the stress I'd been under was the real reason I needed to feed. He took his time pulling up his pants before he paused. "I have to say, I never thought we'd be sharing post-coital banter again after all these years." I smiled, remembering the flirtation and heated glances he'd sent me since the moment we reconnected. Liar. The corner of his mouth lifted. Okay, I thought about it, but after you clocked me in the jaw, I knew better than to hope. You deserved that. Probably. He inclined his head, conceding the point. His teasing expression disappeared, and he hesitated before saying, Should I assume you want to feed alone? The subtext to his question was clear, and the answer was yes, I needed to be alone. I'd never enjoyed the awkward phase that followed sex. If he came with me, we'd be dancing around the subject all night. Plus, I never hunted with a partner. Too distracting. Yeah. He smiled, but it was forced. Try Times Square. The tourists make for easy pickings. Just make sure you don't leave a trail. My fangs already throbbed in anticipation. I hadn't had fresh blood in weeks, and the prospect made my adrenaline surge. I nodded. Gotcha. I finished zipping on my boots and rose. And Sabina. I turned and looked at him. Be careful, okay? My stomach clenched. Already things had changed. When he'd sent me off to Tiny's, he'd said, Don't fuck it up. But now I was just running out to feed, and he was suddenly worried about me. On some level, his concern warmed me. Who didn't like having someone give a shit about whether they came back? But on another, it put my guard up a little. When someone worried about you, it meant there were expectations, ones I wasn't ready to deal with. So I just smiled carelessly and said, Don't wait up. Times Square at night can blind a person. My sensitive eyes squinted at the swirling neon lights and flashing bulbs that invited worshippers to pray to the gods of consumerism. The area isn't just rough on the eyes, it's hell on all the senses. The scent of exhaust mixed with hot, putrid steam rising from sewer grates. Taxi horns and shouts mixed with blaring radios. Tourists who'd stopped to watch the lights on Broadway found themselves bumped and jostled by an erratic river of humanity. I loved it. I'm sure natives avoided the tourist trap vibe, but to me, the place hummed with energy. The high was almost as good as the one I got from blood. Almost. Sex with Slade had sent me over the edge, unleashing the hunger. But the truth was, I didn't need just blood. I needed space. Slade and I made a lot of sense on paper. Common backgrounds, similar outlooks on life. We each understood how the other ticked. But if we were so right for each other, then why couldn't I muster any of the sweet anticipation that always accompanied finding a new lover? If I was being honest with myself, I'd admit that sex with Slade had a lot more to do with running from my problems than with running toward a relationship with Slade. A slight prick of guilt accompanied that admission. Slade had been there for me when no one else was. But I didn't believe he was looking for more than a few nights of mutual pleasure, any more than I was. I still hadn't changed my mind about leaving. Whether Slade agreed with that decision or not didn't really matter. I had to look out for myself now, and right then, I needed blood more than I needed air. I stalked through the crowds past the megastores and chain restaurants. Underneath the urban stench, the perfume flowing through mortal veins teased me. My fangs throbbed at the promise of fresh blood. I wove my way through the crush, looking for an easy target. The problem was there were too many to choose from. I felt like a kid in a candy store, faced with the task of finding the perfect sweet. The choices seduced me. Did I crave the teeny boppers dancing outside the MTV studio? Too young, I thought. Their blood needed time to mature. The guy with the repent sign standing on the milk crate? I shook my head. His blood probably tasted bitter, like guilt. Ah, there, right there. He had his eyes on a tourist's purse. I had my eyes on him. He was young, built, rough. He'd be wasting away in jail within 2 years, tops. As I watched, he snatched the middle-aged woman's wallet from her purse. She'd been too busy arguing with her husband to notice. The mark took off running like a gazelle through a sluggish herd. I took off after him. He took a right on 48th Street and ducked behind a building. I found him in a dark corner, going through the wallet. Amateur. "What you got there?" I could have just taken him without the banter, but I enjoyed drawing out the anticipation. He dropped the wallet and pulled a knife with a wood and brass handle. "Back off, bitch!" I snorted. "Put that toothpick away." He jabbed the knife in my direction. "I'll cut you." "Not if I stab you first." I sank my fangs into him before he could blink. He struggled, of course, but the sound of metal hitting concrete told me he'd dropped the knife. He smelled of desperation. It mixed with the scent of smoke in his hair and the cheap cologne he'd applied by the bucketful. Oh, his blood was a potent brew, hot and rich. Young males always offered the biggest high. Of course, the spliff he'd smoked before heading out for the night also helped. I'd be craving snack cakes and pizza within the hour, but I didn't care. My cells greedily consumed his vitality. My nerve endings buzzed from the high. Eventually, his body went limp, and I let it slide to the pavement. I hadn't killed him, but he'd need more than cookies and juice when he woke up. Grabbing some discarded boxes, I covered him. By the time he woke or someone found him, I'd be long gone. I grabbed the paring knife and stuck it in my boot before I walked away. After the feeding, I walked in the opposite direction of Vane. I told myself I just wanted to enjoy the night a little longer. But the truth was, I wasn't ready to face Slade or reality. Not yet. For a little while longer, I wanted to enjoy the blood surging through my veins. I wanted to roam the night like a real vampire again. The sun wouldn't rise for several hours, bringing with it a new day and tough decisions to be made. For several blocks, I was content to just experience the pulse of New York beating around me. The blood had heightened my senses, and with every step there was a new scent, a new sight, and a new sound to experience. After a while, though, the shadows of Central Park loomed up ahead. My steps faltered. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. Now that I'd escaped the dense forest of skyscrapers, I could see the sky. To the west, the full moon was a heavy crimson orb. The blood moon. My stomach dipped. With the chaos of the last couple of days, I'd forgotten all about the festival. It didn't matter, really, not anymore. What did matter was that I didn't have to worry about running into any mages in this part of the city. They'd all be in Sleepy Hollow for the festival. I turned right on West 59th instead of heading into the park. With the trees of the park whispering in the breeze on my left and the cacophony of the city on my right, I felt pulled in two directions. I kept my eyes straight ahead, not giving in to the tension on either side. About a block later, I heard flapping wings, followed by a screech. I stopped and looked into the shadows. A pair of red eyes blinked at me from a tree just inside the park. I hadn't seen Strikes in days. So much had been going on, I hadn't even noticed his absence, to be honest. Seeing him now made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. But then I remembered Maisie said she'd send me a message. Had she sent Strikes? As I neared his tree, Strikes took flight, leading me farther into the woods. I followed but pulled my gun just in case. There'd been too many surprises since I'd come to New York not to take the precaution. Finally, the owl stopped on the top of a bridge arching over the trail. The park was quiet. Our curfew kept most normal people out this time of night. Approaching footsteps sounded behind me. I spun into a crouch, my gun ready for action. Damara stopped short at the mouth of the tunnel, her hands raised. "Whoa! Chill out, it's just me." I frowned. "Damara?" Relief over seeing a familiar face was mixed with confusion. Damara seemed like an odd choice for Maisie to send with a message. "How'd you find me?" Maisie had sent me to Vane, so she would have sent Damara there first. She nodded behind me towards Strikes. "I used the owl to track you down." Sounded reasonable, so I nodded. but I was still tense. If Maisie had sent Damara, it meant something had changed. "What's going on?" Damara waved a hand. "Maisie wants you to meet her at the crossroads tonight." I frowned. "Why?" "Orpheus worked everything out with Queen Maeve, convinced her you were defending yourself. The council has dropped all charges against you." I frowned. If everything's fine, why didn't Maisie come and tell me this herself? "The festival. She's been really busy getting everything ready." While I absorbed that, Damara fidgeted impatiently. In fact, she seemed downright agitated. I hadn't noticed at first, since she caught me off guard. My instincts told me something wasn't right. So why not send Adam or Gigul? She looked to the left. "I don't know. Look, we need to hurry." I lowered my eyebrows. "Why the rush?" "It's a surprise." She crossed her arms. The move made her shirt gape and exposed a glint of gold between her breasts. I don't like surprises. I crossed my arms, mirroring her. "Nice necklace, by the way." She looked down and released her arms, then her eyes shifted, going hard as she looked at me again. "Thanks. It belonged to my mother." My eyes narrowed. "Did it now?" She pulled the necklace from her shirt and toyed with it. "She gave it to me on my 18th birthday, 1 week before she disappeared." I stilled. Rhea had told me Damara's mother had died at the vineyard. Even though my instincts told me something was off here, a trickle of doubt crept in. Maybe the girl didn't know the significance of the necklace. "Does that symbol mean anything?" I asked, playing dumb to see if she knew. Damara laughed, the sound bitter. Her posture transformed from the drooping slouch of a teen to the tight, hard stance of a pissed-off woman. "Sabina, let's not patronize each other," she said, her voice dripping with scorn. "We both know what this symbol means." "What does the caste have to do with all this?" "All you need to know is they want you dead, and I'm going to make sure they get their wish." "Be careful, little girl." I lifted my gun. "You're playing a dangerous game here." She crossed her arms, unruffled by the weapon aimed at her chest. "The only one in danger here is you. Who do you think manipulated the wares into attacking you? Who do you think summoned your enemy? Who do you think forced Lenny to go after that annoying demon of yours? You think you're so tough, but you're really just an idiot who doesn't know when you're not wanted." I raised my eyebrow. "If you're so dangerous, why am I still alive?" She gritted her teeth. "I'll admit it was a mistake to send others to do my dirty work, but now I'm going to finish the job I started the night you arrived." "Well, you can certainly try," I said, raising the gun. She smiled wickedly at the gun. Suddenly, the static of rising magic made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. Before I could pull the trigger, a stun spell slammed into me. My limbs went cold and heavy. She laughed and plucked the gun from my frozen hand. "Too bad your demon isn't here to save you this time. He proved incredibly hard to kill, and I wasn't sure how I'd manage to get you alone after he survived the attack at Vane. Of course, then you fucked up and got the council to turn against you, which made it a lot easier to get you alone tonight." Her fist cracked into my jaw. "That's for killing Hawthorne, you bitch." I couldn't move, but I could feel, and right then my blood felt like lava in my veins. The muscles in my jaw ached from both the blow and from wanting to scream at her, to demand answers. "Ooh, you're mad, aren't you?" she said with a fake pout. "You haven't figured it out yet, have you? You're dying to know why and how." She whistled low, and a second later strikes landed on her shoulder. She raised her free hand to pet the owl. "Did you know several human races consider owls harbingers of death?" I racked my brain, trying to remember if Damara had ever been around when Maisie and I discussed my immunity to the forbidden fruit. I prayed she hadn't been, because if she shot me, I'd survive and get a chance to teach this little bitch a thing or two about harbingers of death. She moved closer now, crowding me. I couldn't see the gun. but I sure as hell felt the cold steel digging into the skin over my heart. "Who's going to mourn you, murderer?" Knowing you're about to get shot is strange. Several things happen at once. Normally, you brace yourself for impact, but frozen as I was, I could only watch and wait. You hear the explosion, feel the punch of the bullet. The scent of the gunpowder singes your nose, but it takes a few seconds for the pain to register. In this case, because she'd shot at such close range, the bullet seared a path through my chest before forcing its way out my back. Despite knowing the bullet couldn't kill me, my body still freaked out as pain overrode reason. My heart pumped like a piston in overdrive. Cold, clammy sweat covered my skin. I panted and grabbed at my chest. A second of panic passed before I realized I was able to move again. The alloy used to make my special apple bullets contained brass, which dampened the spell. It wasn't enough to outright cancel the spell, though, so each movement was like wading through quicksand. Thank the goddess I'd fed so recently. If this had happened before I replenished my blood, I'd probably have passed out for a couple of hours. Despite the red haze of pain, I knew I didn't have the luxury of writhing around. Pretty soon, Damara would start to wonder why I hadn't combusted. I could sense her standing over me, enjoying the pain she'd inflicted. Somewhere nearby, Strike screeched, clearly agitated as he flew away. Reaching into my boot without her noticing took effort. More effort with the dampened spell making my movement sluggish, but soon enough I gripped the handle in my fist. Severing her Achilles tendon was like slicing through a rubber band. Before she realized what happened, her leg collapsed out from under her. My muscles screamed with exertion, but I managed to grab her ruined ankle and squeeze. She screamed and writhed against the pain. The urge to kill was strong. I wanted to punish this little bitch for all the problems she'd caused me. I wanted to make her understand that no one fucked with me and lived to brag about it. But I leashed the primal need in favor of reason. Killing her now would be a mistake. She had information I needed, and I'd already learned the hard way that killing first and asking questions later didn't work for me anymore. I left her writhing on the ground and felt around the dark tunnel for the spent shell casing. While the bullet itself had brass in the alloy, the casing itself was pure brass. It was my only option for ensuring Damara couldn't use magic against me while I got my answers. Finally, my fingers closed around the shell. I crushed the metal in my fist until it was a small clump instead of a cylinder. Holding the brass helped me release the lingering spell, quickening my movements. I climbed on top of the screaming mage and pinned her hands under my knees. Then I shoved the brass into her gaping mouth. She sputtered and choked, but I pinched her nose and covered her mouth. Her eyes widened in panic. Her face went blue and then green before she finally swallowed. I released her and fell back on my ass. My breath heaved in and out, each labored breath bringing a shock of pain in my chest. Tears streaked Tamara's face, but her eyes shone with hatred instead of fear. I didn't feel an ounce of guilt. She was lucky I'd let her live, for now. I grabbed the cell out of my pocket and called Slade. I gave him a Cliff Notes version of the situation and told him where to meet me. "I'll be there in 10, Slade said before disconnecting. I slapped the phone closed and shoved it in my pocket. Behind me, the sounds of flapping wings signaled Strike's departure. Stupid owl. "Now," I said, jerking Damara off the ground. She whimpered and limped against the pain in her ankle. I shoved her forward, holding her hands behind her. "You're going to tell me everything you know about the cast of Nod." Chapter 31. 30 minutes later, Slade pulled the BMW up to a warehouse in a seedy section of the city. A sign on the building read, "Romulus Imports." Slade and I had debated where to conduct the interrogation when he picked us up. My vote had been vain, but he vetoed that idea, claiming the bar wasn't private enough. So he'd called in a favor from Michael Romulus, who offered the use of one of his warehouses. The bay door opened, and Michael waved at Slade to pull the car into the loading area. I sat in the back with my gun nuzzled up against Damara's ribs. She'd been quiet the entire ride, but when she saw the 4 massive werewolves waiting inside the warehouse, she tensed for flight. "Don't even think about it," I said. Slade turned off the engine and exited. He opened the back door and pulled Damara out, leaving me to follow. I shook Michael's hand. "Thanks for this," I said. He nodded, his eyes on Damara. "Anything you need." "Where should we do this?" I asked. "Follow me," Michael said, motioning for Slade to bring Damara along. He led us into a storeroom off the main warehouse area. Rex came forward with a pair of brass cuffs and made quick work of binding the mage into a chair. Damara's chin was high during the entire process. I'd given her points for bravery, but I didn't expect it would last long. "You can torture me all you want," she said. "I'm not telling you shit." I approached her slowly, letting her wonder what I had in store for her. Despite her brave front, her body trembled so hard the chair's legs squeaked against the concrete floor. "I already know you're working for the cast. I also know you summoned your enemy and tried to have Giggle killed in Slade's club." Beside me, Slade hissed and flashed his fangs at the mage. Her eyes widened. "I also know," I continued, "that you called the lone wolves on my ass in the park that night." A low growl came from behind me. Damara cowered in the chair. "It's a full moon tonight, right, Michael?" I asked, my eyes still on the mage. "Yep," he said. "What do you guys normally do to celebrate?" I asked in a casual tone. He came to stand next to me, looming over Damara with his arms crossed. "We all change into our wolf forms at midnight and then have a big hunt." I looked at him. "Have you ever hunted a mage?" He shrugged, playing along. "No, but we'd be willing to make an exception in this case." He looked around at his buddies. "Right, boys?" 4 growls filled the small room. Even though I knew they were playing it up to help me out, the sound made the hair on my arms prickle. Damara's eyes widened as she looked around the room. A trickle of sweat rolled down from her temple. "You're bluffing." I smiled. "You willing to wait for an hour for these guys to change and prove you wrong?" She swallowed convulsively. "But I didn't do anything to you," she whined to Michael. He leaned down into her face. "You put my pack in danger." He sniffed her hair. She shied away. What are you doing?" "Memorizing your scent for the hunt." She whimpered. "I didn't mean for your guys to get hurt. I just wanted her dead." My eyebrow quirked. "Why?" Realizing she'd slipped, she clamped her mouth shut and shook her head. "Okay. Why don't you tell me how? You didn't follow me into the park. I would have smelled you. How'd you know where to tell him to look for me?" She smiled then, some of her bravado returning. "The owl. You were so stupid you didn't even know he's been spying on you for the cast for weeks." I gritted my teeth together. "Adam told me Strikes was a spy for Lilith. An old wives' tale. Strike has worked for the cast for centuries. That fucking owl. I always thought he was creepy. I wouldn't have had to use him at all if you died that first night like you were supposed to." I frowned at her. "What are you talking about?" "The cleansing potion." My mouth fell open. Memory of the cleansing ceremony flashed in my head. Now I remembered how it had been Damara who handed Rhea the potion. "What did you put in it?" "Apple juice and strychnine." I smiled evilly at her. "Nice try, you little bitch. I'm immune to the forbidden fruit." Without the apple to remove my immortality, the poison hadn't killed me, but that certainly explained my violent reaction to the brew. As Damara's eyes widened, Slade gasped beside me. "You are?" I looked at him. "Later." He nodded, but I could tell he was dying to ask more about it. "Okay, Damara," I said. "I'm getting bored here. I suggest you start giving me some useful answers before I let the vampire here go to town on you. What do you think, Slade? Have you ever fed from a mage?" He pursed his lips, thinking about it. I'll admit I've been curious. She's young, too. I bet her blood tastes like cotton candy. Damara's eyes went hard. You killed my mom. I frowned. Rhea had told me Damara's mother had died at the Domine's vineyard, but I hadn't killed any mages. No, I didn't. Clovis Trachea killed those mages. Because you led him there. Without you, my mother might still be alive. Memory of dozens of mages hooked up to life support while their blood was slowly drained from their bodies intruded. No doubt about it, the Domine had no plans to release those mages. Once their bodies stopped producing blood, their bodies would have been discarded like yesterday's newspapers. I laughed humorlessly. Don't fool yourself, little girl. If Clovis hadn't killed them, the Domine would have. I went to the vineyard to save your mother and the other mages, not kill them. She frowned. You were working for Clovis. I shook my head. I was sent to kill Clovis. I was only pretending to work for him. When I found out about the Domine's blood farm operation, I tried to save the mages. The truth is, Clovis screwed all of us over. He said he wanted to save the mages, but he killed them to frame the Domine. Her face fell. But they told me. They lied. The tears fell then. Her shoulders slumped, making her look like a pitiful child. My conscience kicked in. Obviously the cast had manipulated her, but that didn't let her off the hook for trying to kill me or my demon. I kneeled next to her. Look, I know you're angry. You wanted revenge for losing your mom. Believe me, I understand wanting to punish someone for the pain. But I didn't kill your mom. Tell me why the cast is after me, and I'll make sure they pay. She sniffed and shook her head. You can't stop them. Let me try. What does it matter? Because I need to know who I'm up against. She shook her head sadly. It's already too late. They told me if I didn't deliver you to them by 11:30, they would attack the mages at midnight. What? I raised my voice. Why are they going to attack the mages? It's too late. I shook her shoulders. We have 45 minutes to warn Maisie and the council. It's not too late. Tell me, Damara. Help me save them. She became hysterical, sobbing and shaking. I smacked her face. Tell me. They'll do anything to make sure the war happens. Why? Because they want Lilith to return. The room went absolutely still in the aftermath of that bomb. Goosebumps broke out on my skin, and my stomach felt like I'd swallowed cement. What? The Priscarium Lilitu prophesied that if one of the dark races ever wipes out another, Lilith will return. The cast knows about Maisie's prophecy that you're going to unite the dark races, so they need you out of the equation. When you killed the fairy, we thought everything would be fine. No one would listen to you anymore. But when the Queen withdrew her support, the Council voted against going to war. A million questions rushed to the tip of my tongue, but at that point, all I needed to know was what was going to happen in 45 minutes at the crossroads. So they're going to attack the mages? How will that force a war? Damara's face went hard. You don't get it, do you? The cast itself isn't attacking the mages. The Domine are. My veins froze. What? I whispered. Damara's voice filled with acid. If I'd known when I joined that the Domine were so involved, I never would have agreed to help them. But by the time I found out, it was too late. I begged them not to attack the council. Her voice cracked. That's when they said they'd give me one more chance. But since I failed to deliver you to them, they're going to wipe them out. A sob racked her body, but I was beyond sympathy. How did they convince the Domine to attack? Easy. One of those bitches is a member of the cast. Which one? I demanded. My voice as icy as my blood. Lavinia Kane. Adrenaline kicked into overdrive. I turned to Slade. I need your car. He shook his head. If you think I'm letting you go in there by yourself, you're crazy. Slade, I don't have time to argue with you. This could be a suicide mission. So be it. If she's right, then this affects all of us. Michael spoke up. He's right. We're going too. I looked around the room at the 6 determined male faces. Fine. Bring her along. Michael frowned. Why not just kill her? Tamara whimpered and tried to break free from the weird who held her. 2 reasons. First, considering I cost them the support of the Queen, my credibility is for shit with the Council. Showing up at their sacred festival with a pack of werewolves and a vampire probably won't change their minds. So Tamara's our insurance policy. They may not listen to us, but they'll listen to her. Slade nodded. And the second reason? I'm out of the justice dispensing business. Let the Council decide what to do with her. I paused. Assuming any of us are still alive after tonight, that is. Chapter 32. 30 minutes later, I sat in a van filled with 5 pissed-off werewolves, a former vampire assassin, and a quietly sobbing mage. The mood inside the van was tense. Each of us sat still and quiet, as if bracing ourselves for what was to come. Finally, Slade's curse broke the silence after another call to the Council went straight to voicemail. Michael spoke up then. Sabina, we need to talk about something. What's up? I asked, leaning forward through the seats. My stomach churned with each passing mile. Even if we got there in time, I wasn't sure the Council would actually listen to me. Hell, I didn't even know if Maisie would listen to me. In 20 minutes, we'll all change to wolf form. It may actually work in our favor, but I wanted to warn you so you don't get distracted. I nodded and looked up at the full moon. It hung like a red wound in the sky. Or was it a celestial stop sign? An omen of doom? The lull in excitement and the heightened anticipation of more to come put me in a reflective mood. Not an hour earlier, I'd been thinking about how I needed to look out for myself. Funny how life can do a 180 on a dime. Tamara's admissions had changed the game. I couldn't walk away with everyone I cared about in danger. Some lone wolf I turned out to be. But as worried as I was, part of me felt good to have a purpose, something other than my own self-interest to focus on. Of course, my reasons for rushing back to the crossroads weren't completely altruistic. Knowing my grandmother's role in this whole drama had reminded me of the reason I came to New York to begin with. Now I had more reason than ever to seek her out and make her bleed. Of course, I knew better than to expect my grandmother to show up at the battle. She and the other 2 dominee wouldn't deign to get their hands dirty with an ambush. But knowing she was behind all this made me determined to send as many of her vampire goons to Urkala as I could before I joined them there. And if I survived, nothing would keep me from making good on my promise to see her destroyed. The headlights glinted off the exit sign for Sleepy Hollow. Time to get my mind back in the game. When we get there, I want you all to wait out front while Slade and I talk to the Council. If you see trouble coming, howl your ass off and we'll come running. Michael nodded. We'll be ready. I leaned back with a noisy exhale. Slade grabbed my hand and held on. We'll make it in time. I looked at him, wishing I felt as optimistic. I'd feel a lot better if I knew what the dominee were planning. He nodded solemnly, giving my fingers a squeeze. We'll find out soon enough. He nodded toward the windshield. I looked up to see the black gates of the compound illuminated by the van's headlights. Sabina, Michael said. He leaned out the window and punched a button on the security pad. I leaned over his body so the camera would get a clear shot of my face. State your name and purpose, a voice demanded from the intercom. This is Sabina Kane. I need to speak to Orpheus immediately. There was a drawn-out pause. I leaned forward to push the button again when the voice finally responded. Miss Kane, you are forbidden on the premises by decree of the Hekate Council. Please back your vehicle away from the gate. I didn't have time to argue, so I made my play. Tamara sat in the passenger seat, so I yanked her forward toward the windshield. Shoving my gun to her head, in full view of the camera, I shouted, "I have Tamara Craig as a hostage. Open the gate, or I will put a bullet in her brain." My heart pounded in my ears during the unnatural silence that followed my threat. Everyone in the van held their breath as we waited for the Mage's response. Then finally, the gate buzzed and slowly yawned open. I lowered the gun and released Damara. She curled into herself on the passenger seat as Michael put the van in drive. "Okay, everyone, look alive," I said. "It's showtime." A greeting party waited for us in front of the manor. 6 Pythian guards stood with machine guns and magical weapons trained on the van. Orpheus stood at the front of the group, his face darker than a thundercloud. Michael stopped with the headlights trained on the group. "Exit the van with your arms raised." I looked at Michael. "Everyone out, slowly. They'll probably take me into custody, but I'm pretty sure I'll still get a chance to talk to Maisie. You guys try to look as unthreatening as possible." "We'll try," Michael said, "but the minute the clock strikes midnight, things are going to get pretty hairy." I shot him a lame attempt at a smile and opened my door. "Do your best." I held up my hands and jumped out. Slade held Damara's arm with one hand beside me. The wares lined up behind us. Immediately, the guards came forward with their weapons trained on us. Adam moved to stand next to Orpheus. His face was hard, completely void of recognition. I couldn't blame him. After all, as far as he knew, I'd gone shithouse crazy and kidnapped his aunt's protégé. I kept my hands up, allowing another guard to pat me down for weapons. The Wares and Slade got the same treatment. When they nodded the all-clear to Orpheus, he came forward. He jerked a nod for one of the guards to take Damara. Looking totally defeated, the girl went willingly, shooting me worried looks as they led her a few feet away. "You have a lot of nerve showing your face here," Orpheus said finally. "Believe me, I know I'm not welcome," I said. "But in about 10 minutes, this compound is going to be under attack." Orpheus's eyes scanned my bloody clothes, left over from my fight with Damara earlier. "By you and what army?" Realizing that he'd misunderstood my warning, I regrouped. "Not by me. I came to warn you that the cast of Nod got tired of waiting for you to declare war. They've convinced the Dominé to bring it to you instead." Orpheus tossed back his head and laughed. "You almost had me going. The cast of Nod? That's ridiculous." I looked him in the eye. "Ask Damara how ridiculous it is." Orpheus paused and looked at the girl. "Damara? What's she talking about?" Damara opened her trembling mouth to speak, but at that moment, the front door burst open. Maisie ran out, with Rhea on her heels. Maisie stumbled to a stop when she saw the guns trained on me. "Sabina? What's going on?" Orpheus stopped her when she moved to approach me. "I'll tell you what's going on. Your sister kidnapped Damara." Maisie's eyebrows slammed down. "What? Why?" Rhea glared at me. "You little bitch. I only claimed she was a hostage to get inside the gates. The truth is, she's the one who's been trying to kill me. Tell them, Damara." All eyes turned on the girl. Her mouth worked as tears spilled down her cheeks. I didn't know it would come to this." Rhea's anger fell, and betrayal took its place. "Damara?" Her voice broke. "How could you?" Damara's head bowed in shame. "They told me she killed my mom." Orpheus's eyes widened. He hadn't recovered by the time Maisie's voice cut through the silence. "I think we need to go inside and sort this all out." I shook my head. "There's no time." "Someone better start explaining what the hell is going on," Orpheus bellowed. "Damara," I said with command clear in my tone. "It's true. The cast of Nod has been manipulating everyone to force a war. They wanted me to kill Sabina so she couldn't fulfill Maisie's prophecy. And when I failed, they decided the Dominé should ambush. The Alpha Dominé is in their pocket." Maisie rubbed her forehead. I'm lost. Why would the cast want to force a war? And what does all this have to do with Sabina? Sabina, Slade said in a low tone. 2 minutes till midnight. My heart leapt. Look, we don't have time to explain. We need to get your people out of here now. Orpheus crossed his arms. Even if the cast tries to attack, they won't make it inside the gates. We've doubled our wards and our security. The only beings getting inside are mages. I raised an eyebrow. Then how did I just get in with a pack of werewolves and a vampire? He paused, the first hint of doubt showing in his eyes. Maisie opened her mouth, but whatever she was going to say was cut short by an explosion behind the building that left my ears ringing. Everyone jumped, turning toward the sound. Behind the house, a plume of smoke rose and screams ripped through the night. "Gods damn it!" Orpheus shouted. "What the hell was that?" A low snarl made the hair on the back of my neck raise. I turned slowly. My eyes widened when I saw Michael, Rex, and the 3 other werewolves in mid-change. Their faces contorted, their noses elongating and their mouths filling with razor teeth. Their clothes shredded and dropped to the ground as their muscles bulked and their skin sprouted coarse fur. As the alpha, Michael's fur was silver, while the others had varying shades from black to brown. As I watched with wide eyes, Michael threw his massive head toward the sky and howled. The rest of the pack followed suit. Then, without a warning, the group took off running with the massive silver werewolf in the lead. The guards who'd been holding the wares stumbled back and raised their guns. "No!" I yelled. "They're with us!" "Leave them!" Adam shouted. I shot him a grateful look. I turned to Slade. "Get the weapons." Before we headed to the crossroads, Michael had the wares turn the van into a mobile arsenal. For a race that usually kept out of politics, Michael and his pack had an impressive stash of vampire extermination supplies. Now Slade jumped toward the van and started distributing guns. Orpheus was shouting instructions to the Pythian guards, who ran in the same direction the wares went. I ran to Maisie. Adam was yelling at her to get inside, but she was resisting. "Maisie, he's right. You need to hide." "No, I need to help." I shook my head. Maisie wasn't a warrior. She'd never survive what waited for us behind the house, and I couldn't afford to be distracted by protecting her. I turned to Adam. "Is there a safe room in the house? Someplace she can hide?" "Yeah, there's a hidden room on the 2nd floor." Maisie ripped her hands from mine. "I'm not hiding." Rhea stepped in and shot me an apologetic look. With that one glance, all was forgiven. "Sabina's right, Maisie. You're too important, especially now that your visions have returned." I looked up quickly. "Really?" Maisie nodded solemnly. "Yes, but not soon enough to foresee this, apparently." That made up my mind. I grabbed her hand and started running toward the house. "I said no!" "Come on," I said. "I want to show you something." We ran into the house and up the stairs. Adam, Slade, and Rhea followed. As we ran, I did hasty introductions. "Adam, this is Slade." I paused. "He's an old friend," I said after a moment's hesitation. Next to me, I saw Adam's eyes shoot to Slade. "Slade, this is Adam. He's I'm her new friend," Adam cut in. "And we've already met. Although I thought everyone called you the Shade." Slade grunted. "Everyone but Sabina." I almost stumbled on the stairs, but given the situation, I figured now wasn't the time to freak out about either the awkwardness of seeing the mage I sort of loved, next to the vampire I'd recently had sex with, not to mention the fact that these 2 males apparently already knew each other. We reached the top a second later, and I pushed Maisie toward the window and pointed. "Do you see that?" I demanded. She gasped when she saw what was waiting for us below. "That's not a game, Maisie." Chaos reigned. Figures in black descended on the masses like bloodthirsty crows. Magic zinged through the air like lightning, and from a distance, the howls of several werewolves added their dark music to the violence. A flash of green caught my eye, and I caught my breath. Giggle was down there, fighting a trio of vampires while Volva attacked a fourth. Maisie's eyes didn't leave the grisly scene. I'm not hiding. I can't expect my people to die while I hide like a coward. Now give me a gun and let's go help them. I sighed. Maisie might not be a warrior, but she was no coward. I looked at Adam. He shrugged reluctantly. She knows how to use one. I taught her years ago, just in case. I sighed. Now that I'd seen what we were up against, I understood we'd need every able body fighting if we were going to survive. I handed her a Glock. It's got apple bullets. Maisie surprised me by flipping off the safety like a pro. I raised an eyebrow. Sabina, Slade said. We need to move. I cocked my gun. Let's go. Chapter 33. I thought the bird's-eye view of the battle was bad, but running into the thick of it, I knew the real meaning of hell. I charged into the smoky, blood-soaked clearing, leaping over bodies. Rhea broke off early on to help heal the mages who'd already been injured. Slade and Maisie ran behind me, but seeing the magical fireworks up ahead, I shouted for Slade to split up and help a group of mages surrounded by magic-wielding vampires. I grabbed Maisie's hand and started pulling her along behind me. Sabina! Adam called. I stopped and turned. He ran toward me, his face expressionless. Then he grabbed me around the waist and pulled me to him. His lips slammed into mine for a brief, hard kiss. When he pulled away, he smiled. I'm glad you came back. Now make sure you stay alive. A little dazed, I nodded stupidly. You too. With a last heated glance, he ran into the fray. Sabina, watch out! Maisie yelled. I turned just as a vamp jumped me with a flash of fangs. I didn't recognize him. Didn't matter. I shot him between the eyes. I paused, expecting nausea to strangle me. Only my fickle conscience didn't rear to life. Instead, laser-sharp resolve overcame me. I couldn't let these bastards kill everyone I cared about in the world. I grabbed Maisie's hand and ran toward a clump of 3 vamps ganging up on a female mage. She was holding them off with zaps of magic, but she was outnumbered. One of the vampires raised his hands and shot a bolt of energy at the mage. I paused as she fell back, knocked unconscious from the blow. Now I knew what the Dominé did with all the mage blood they drained. When vampires feed, they absorb the essence of the creature they feed from. That's why the Black Covenant had forbidden vampires from hunting mages or fairies. The access to their magical blood made them too dangerous. The 3 vampires descended on her like a pack of jackals. Screaming with rage, I ran at them. I threw one a few feet away and shoved the gun into the back of another skull. His face exploded all over the mage's pink chitin. The third guy, the one who'd used magic, rounded on me. He raised his hands to throw a bolt at me, but I ducked and rolled. As I came up, I swept my leg under his. He fell to the ground, and Maisie shot him in the chest. I left Maisie to help the mage up and moved ahead. Through the chaos, I saw Giggle up ahead. I started to follow him in case he needed backup, but a screech caught my attention. Strikes circled overhead. I raised my gun and took aim. That fucking owl had been spying on me for the cast all along. I closed one eye and pulled the trigger. The owl screamed as the bullet ripped through one of his wings. I cursed as his body fell. I didn't have time to hunt him down and finish the job. A familiar scream ripped through the clearing, through the haze of smoke, the byproducts of so many spells shooting around. I saw Maisie was in trouble. A vamp had her in a headlock while 2 others grabbed for her feet. I went on autopilot. Reaching my sister was my only focus. I pushed my way through the crowds of fighting mages and vamps trying to get to her. On some level, I was aware of Slade's pounding footsteps behind me. "Sabina!" he warned, a split second before someone tripped me. I fell forward, face first into the ground. The impact knocked the wind out of me and the gun from my hand. I scrambled forward to retrieve it, but my attacker grabbed my legs and pulled me back. I scissored my legs and flipped over awkwardly. The demon could have been Giggle's brother, a mischief demon. Same black horns, same black lips and goat eyes. Only this one had green and black striped scales. My heart sped up. How the hell did the Domine get demons to fight for them? Vamps I could handle, but I still had no idea how to best a demon. Even one as low on the danger scale as a mischief. I kicked, dodging its sharp claws. Over his head, I saw Slade fighting 2 vamps as he tried to get to me. The demon grabbed me, pulling me off the ground. Suddenly, the world shifted, and I crashed back down to the dirt. I flipped over in time to see Giggle heft the thing and throw it several feet away. Relief flooded through me. I'd never been so happy to see my demon. But the enemy mischief was up in an instant, running at Giggle. Before I could jump in to help, Volva came flying at them, looking like a Valkyrie. She jumped on the mischief's back while Giggle tossed bolts of demon magic at him. She wrapped her diamond chain around the demon's throat while Giggle blasted his midsection. "Go help Maisie!" Giggle shouted. A vamp got in my way, and I pulled a knife from my boot and threw it at his back. He ignited as soon as the applewood handle pierced his back, but I was already past him. Heat from the explosion warmed my back while I took another one down. Nearby, I heard a blood-curdling scream. I looked over in time to see Damara fall under the fangs of a vampire. My chest tightened. The poetic justice of the situation was lost among the sympathy for the naive girl. Her need for revenge had blinded her to the dangerous game she'd been pulled into until it was too late. "Sabina, help!" Maisie's cry forced Damara from my mind. I cursed as I noted the 8-to-1 odds my sister faced. I pumped my legs and used my weapons to clear a bloody path to her. She didn't pause to look at me, just turned her back so we formed a 2-headed defense machine. Beyond the shoulders of the vamps attacking us, I saw the bodies of dozens of mages littering the ground. Small groups held their own against their fanged and horned attackers. A few mages had summoned their own demons to fight. The entire area had broken out into bloody pandemonium. I stabbed a female vamp in the neck. As she fell and went up in flames, I saw Adam fighting his way toward us. I didn't have time to worry about him, because 10 demons suddenly appeared in the clearing and headed toward us. "Sabina?" Maisie called over her shoulder as I kicked a male in the stomach. "Yeah?" I heard a zing of energy fly behind me. "If we don't make it out of this alive—" "Kill first, talk later," I interrupted. She was too busy fighting to come back with a retort. I couldn't blame her. For every vamp I killed, 5 more took his place. Where were they all coming from? I called out, "Giggle!" In a flash, he appeared behind the female vamp I was fighting. With one swift move, he zapped her with some demon magic. "You called?" His chest and claws were covered in blood. Ash smeared his green face. "How many of these assholes have you taken out?" "About 20, but they seem to be multiplying." "Go find Slade." "I saw him a few minutes ago fighting with the wares." I hadn't seen the wares yet, but I kind of had my hands full. I shot a vamp who chose that moment to rush us. He ignited at our feet. "Giggle!" Maisie yelled over her shoulder. "You and Volva go find Rhea." "Aye, aye, Captain," he said before disappearing into the crowd. 5 more vamps flashed into the clearing not 20 feet from us. My heart kicked up a few more notches. My muscles screamed from exertion. My bloody hands ached. My stomach clenched. They just wouldn't stop coming. Still, Maisie and I fought. She'd stumble and I'd help her up. I'd fall back and she'd support me. We were an outnumbered team, but a team nonetheless. I glanced over and saw Slade and 5 wares holding their own with the demons. It looked like we were finally making some headway. As more mages joined us to fight, I felt Maisie pull away from my back. We were finally making a dent. I shot one of the few remaining vamps in the chest. As he exploded, I took a deep breath, but when another horde flashed into the clearing, it changed into a gasp. Suddenly, the area was swarming with vampires and demons again. Rhea ran up with Gigul and Adam. "Everyone circle up!" Everyone nearby, about 20 mages and demons, fell into a circle, our backs toward the center of the circle. Rhea grabbed my left hand in a tight grip, and Adam took my right. I jerked my head toward her. "What are we doing?" "We need to combine our magic if we're going to defeat them." "Rhea, I began, panic gripping me. I wasn't sure if I could handle zapping anyone anymore. Just the memory of zapping Hawthorne had made me puke. Rhea's intense gaze burned into me. "You can do this." "But—" She squeezed my hand and turned to address the circle. "Tap the line." A low hum of energy pulsed up from the ground. I wasn't sure exactly what we were doing. I concentrated on trying to put the force up through my bones. I closed my eyes and focused. My hands burned as Adam's and Rhea's hands filled with magical energy. Pressure built in my chest, my lungs, my throat, before condensing into my diaphragm. "Now!" Rhea yelled. The force jerked my eyes open and pushed a scream out of my mouth. A blinding burst of light exploded from our circle. A wide band of energy radiated out of all of our bodies in a ring of power. The force of it tore through the vampires and demons surrounding us. The ones closest exploded instantly. Those farther back weren't killed, but they were knocked back, writhing on the ground. Every nerve in my body felt raw and exposed. Tremors shook my limbs, magical aftershocks. Someone bumped into me. I looked around, feeling drunk and disoriented. "Sabina?" I recognized the movement of Adam's lips, but was having trouble hearing. I blinked and tried to focus. He grabbed my shoulders. "Sabina!" I swallowed against a wave of nausea. Orpheus ran over, covered in blood. "Lazarus, you take several guards and comb the area for survivors." Adam nodded. "Yes, sir." He squeezed my shoulder before he ran off. Orpheus rounded on me. "Where's Maisie?" "She was just here." I frowned and looked around, not seeing her familiar form anywhere. "Rhea, have you seen Maisie?" Rhea knelt next to a mage with a wicked-looking neck wound. "No, I thought she was with you." My heart slammed against my ribs. "Gigul!" "Yeah?" He and Volva were helping Orpheus look for surviving mages among the wreckage. "Did you see Maisie?" He frowned. "Not since right before we circled up." I cursed. "Help me look for her." We split up, combing the area and calling for her. When I ran into Adam near the sacred grove, dread had spread through my veins like venom. "Sabina, what's wrong?" "I can't find Maisie anywhere." He paused, his face morphing into a mask of worry. "She has to be here somewhere. I'll help you look." His face and hands were covered in blood from staking vamps who'd survived the magical blast. "No, you need to be sure none of these assholes live. I'll find her." I forced a smile. "Maybe she went inside the house or something." He looked unconvinced. "Okay, I'll ask the wares to sniff around, see if they can pick up her scent." I paused. With all the craziness of the fighting, I'd totally forgotten about Michael and his pack. Once I found Maisie, I needed to check and make sure they were all okay. "Good idea," I said. "I'll let you know if I find her." The lights from the manor's windows created macabre spotlights on the battlefield. I ran toward the glow inside, hoping to find Maisie there. I ran through the rooms, screaming for Maisie until my voice went hoarse. Finally, I made my way up to the Star Chamber, drawn there because it was the room she loved most in the house. I threw the door open and walked in with my gun drawn. But the room was empty, except for Maisie's lingering scent and her art supplies. I slammed my fist into the wall. God damn it! Where are you? I walked deeper into the room, fear for Maisie gnawing my stomach. Then I saw the canvas propped up on an easel next to a window. My heart stopped. Against the stark white of the canvas, the rust-colored medium was unmistakable. In blood, someone had written, "Checkmate." Chapter 34. Adam found me a few minutes later. I was sitting on the floor, panting. All around me, splintered easels and art supplies littered the floor like assault victims. My hands were sticky with drying paint and stung from the splinters I'd collected during my brief freak-out. But now that the anger had passed and fear took its place, I couldn't rip my eyes from the canvas to acknowledge his arrival. "Sabina?" He knelt beside me. "She has her." Despite my unclear statement, he seemed to get I was talking about Maisie. "Who has Maisie?" I pointed a trembling finger at the canvas. "Lavinia." His eyes turned to look at the canvas. When he saw the message, he cursed under his breath. I could smell his anger rising, intensifying his sandalwood scent. "How do you know?" I didn't tell him that this one simple word had told me everything I needed to know. I didn't tell him that even before I'd sniffed the canvas, I'd known it was Maisie's blood. And I didn't tell him that even before I'd found the canvas painted in blood, my gut told me that Lavinia had somehow managed to take Maisie. Checkmate. The word banged around in my brain like a stray bullet. "I just know," I said finally. He nodded, seeming to take my word as proof enough. "But why take Maisie? If she could manage to kidnap her under our noses, surely she'd have gotten you instead." I turned my face on my knee and looked at him. His tone was calm, but his eyes burned with the same mixture of fear and rage boiling inside of me. "That would have been too easy. This is punishment. She wants me to know she's running the game now." A muscle worked in Adam's jaw. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. "Like hell she is. We'll figure out how to get her back." I shook my head. "There's only one way to get Maisie back now." "Sabina," Adam said in a warning tone. "Don't say it." I raised my head. "It's the only way." "Bullshit. You think Lavinia will just let you trade places with Maisie? They'll never let both of you out of there alive. It's bad enough Maisie's life is in danger. I won't risk you too." I threw up my hands. "What other choice is there?" He ran a hand through his hair. "We'll figure something out, but first we need to break the news to Orpheus." He held out a hand and helped me stand. His arms wrapped around me. This wasn't a romantic gesture, but one of comfort. I accepted the strength he offered, absorbing it into my skin along with his sandalwood scent. "Am I interrupting something?" I pulled back to see Slade standing at the door. Adam turned too, but kept an arm around my shoulder. "Lavinia has Maisie," I said. Slade's face went hard as he cursed out loud. "Gods, I'm sorry. We were just about to go let Orpheus know. We've got some decisions to make now. Actually, that's why I came to talk to you." He looked pointedly at Adam. Adam took the hint. I missed the weight of his arm as he withdrew. "I'll just go tell Orpheus." He shot Slade a look. "Will you be okay?" he asked me. I nodded. "Thanks, Adam. I'll be down in a minute." Slade watched Adam as he crossed the room. Earlier, when we'd been rushing into battle, I hadn't had the luxury of comparing them side by side, but now I was struck by how different they were. Slade, even covered in the detritus of battle, looked like he belonged more in a boardroom than a battlefield. The years had polished off his rough edges, leaving him lean and distinguished-looking. Adam, with his muscles and goatee, looked tougher, more like a street brawler. But the truth was, each man was dangerous in his own way. Slade with his fangs and assassin background, and Adam with his magic and his experience as a special ops mage. Looking at both of them now, I realized they were each dangerous to me in different ways too. But where Slade was dangerous because he knew me so well, Adam was dangerous because he knew who I had the potential to become. But none of that mattered now. Not with my sister missing and my grandmother waiting for a showdown. Adam shot me one final look before exiting. Slade shut the door behind the mage with a click. Should I assume I have some competition there? I shook my head. I was not going there right now. What did you want to talk about? He sighed and came forward. From the looks of things, the mages will be on the move soon. I nodded. I assumed they wouldn't stay now that the compound is compromised. Will you go with them? I shook my head. I have other business to take care of. You're not seriously considering going after Lavinia by yourself, are you? I crossed my arms. I haven't decided yet. I lied. Slade raised an eyebrow. He knew me too well to believe that. Don't be an idiot, okay? Take someone with you. I'm sure the mage, he nodded to the door to indicate Adam, would love to help you. I noticed Slade hadn't offered to help. Maybe I should have felt hurt, or at least surprised, but I wasn't. You're staying. It wasn't a question. What was the point of pretending I didn't know he'd already made up his mind? His expression didn't change. No guilt crept into his eyes. You know this isn't my fight. I raised an eyebrow. If that's true, why did you fight tonight? Because it was on my turf, he shrugged. But I'm not going to tuck tail and run like the council's planning. I put too many years into building a life here to leave. I understood his reasons, but part of me was disappointed. This wasn't the Slade Corbin I'd come to know. Now he was the Shade, and the Shade looked out only for himself. I crossed my arms. Fine. See ya. Sabina, don't be like that. Me? I laughed humorlessly. Like it or not, this war is going to affect all the dark races. It's only a matter of time before it comes right to your door. I thought you were a fighter, Slade. His eyes narrowed. A smart fighter chooses his battles, and I'm afraid this isn't one I think I can win. Better to cut my losses now and try to survive. Fine, you go look out for your self-interest. While you're doing that, the rest of us will be fighting the battles for you. Spare me the self-righteous indignation, Sabina. I have a responsibility to the dark races in this city. The mages might be leaving, but there are still thousands of vamps and wares here who need leadership. I've already talked to Orpheus and promised to help any way I can from here. That took some of the wind out of my sails. Oh, he smiled. The same applies to you, by the way. If you need help, all you have to do is call. I smiled ruefully, embarrassed that I jumped to conclusions about his motivations. Thanks. He moved closer, taking my hand. I don't suppose I could convince you to come back here after you find your sister. The subtext of his casual request glowed like neon. He wasn't asking if I'd come back and work for him. He wanted to know if I intended to continue what we'd begun last night. I shook my head. If I manage to survive rescuing Maisie, the council will need my help. The corner of Slade's mouth twitched. I suppose I should be happy you didn't use the whole, "It's not you, it's me" line. Thanks for sparing my ego. I laughed. I highly doubt your ego is in danger where I'm concerned, Slade. We both know it would never work out between us. I suppose you're right. He sighed dramatically. But if you ever need to use my body again, it's at your disposal. I grinned and pulled him in for a hug. He dropped the teasing and squeezed me back. As we hugged, he whispered into my ear, "Don't get yourself killed." I smiled against his chest. Ditto. With that, I pulled away. He let me go and smiled one last time before he walked away. Part of me wanted to call him back, but I didn't. Slade and I had our own paths to follow now. Maybe they'd intersect again somewhere down the road, But for now, I was just happy we'd parted ways on better terms this time than the last time we'd met. It's funny how someone you thought was an enemy can turn out to be an ally. I glanced at the canvas, a parting gift from my grandmother. It's funny how someone you thought was an ally can turn into your greatest enemy. Halfway back to the grove, I heard a howl rip through the air. The mournful sound made the air on my arms rise. Looking toward the west, I saw 5 hulking shadowy forms silhouetted against the blood moon. I watched Michael and his pack sing their night song for a moment, my heart heavy with the sound. Unlike Slade, I knew Michael's decision to leave wasn't motivated by self-interest. The pack came first for Michael. I smiled, thinking for the first time in my life, I finally understood that drive. Turning my back on the werewolves in the distance, I made my way toward the sacred grove. Deep down, I knew I hadn't seen the last of Michael Romulus, but in the meantime, I had decisions of my own to make. I found Adam near the altar in the grove, surrounded by the surviving mages. Seeing how few survived made my chest tighten. When the battle started, I estimated 300 mages had turned out for the festival, but now fewer than 100 remained. "We have to go to the Queen," Orpheus was saying when I reached them. He stood in the middle of a small circle made up of Adam, Rhea, and the few surviving members of the council. "She won't be happy to see us, but we have to warn her about the cast's plans. Adam, you were there. Do you think she'll change her mind about the alliance now?" a councilwoman asked Adam. He looked grim. "I don't know. Hell, the cast could very well have her in their pocket, too. After all, Hawthorne Banasheath was working for the cast." I looked away at the mention of the fairy I'd killed. "Sabina," Orpheus said, "I'm sorry we didn't listen to you sooner. If I hadn't been so—" His voice cracked. I took pity on the leader. He wasn't to blame for losing so many of his people. That blame rested firmly on Lavinia's shoulders. "There's no sense rehashing what happened. We have to move forward." He nodded curtly. "You're right. In addition to warning the Queen, we'll put a call out to the rest of the race. If we're going to rebuild, we're going to need every able-bodied mage we can find. Rhea?" She stepped forward. "I'm on it. When you guys head to the Queen's Court in North Carolina, I set out for the colony in Massachusetts. They'll help me get in touch with the others." Orpheus turned to me. "Adam said you're prepared to go after Maisie." I nodded grimly, waiting for him to argue, but he surprised me. "Honestly, it's for the best. If you show up at the court, there's no way Queen Maeve will listen to us. And if anyone can get Maisie back, it's you." He crossed his arms. When he spoke again, his voice was gruff. "But if you think we're willing to sacrifice your life by sending you in alone, you're crazy. Lazarus will go with you. All 3 of you better come home alive." I shook my head. "No, this is my fight." "You're wrong," Rhea said. "Whether you like it or not, you're one of us. Just like Maisie is one of us. We won't let you go on a suicide mission because you're too stubborn to accept help. Maisie deserves more, and so do you." I glanced at Orpheus, who nodded solemnly. "Besides," Adam cut in, "if I don't go, who's going to high-five you when you finally teach that bitch grandmother of yours a lesson?" "Me," Gigul said. "Me too," Baba said, coming to stand next to Gigul. The vanity demon's eyes were hot with determination. "Plus, as Maisie's minion, I have every right to help save her." Looking at the determined mage and the 2 loyal demons standing by me, my eyes started to sting. "Thanks, guys." "Then it's settled," Orpheus said. "I want daily reports on your progress. If you need anything, I can't promise I'll be able to get it, but I'll try." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily over the clearing. It was hard to believe that just a few days ago, the council was debating whether to go to war. And now the war had come to them, and they'd lost so many in the first battle. I didn't envy the task ahead of Orpheus, but I had to admit the prospect of my own mission felt pretty daunting, too. Somehow, I had to figure out how to save Maisie and make sure that Adam and the demons made it out alive. I don't like the look in your eyes, Adam said. You're considering ditching us and doing this alone after all, aren't you? I shook my head. No, I'm just wondering how we're going to pull this off. We don't know where they're keeping Maisie. And even if we find out, they'll be expecting us. You guys sure you don't want to back out now? Giggle grinned and threw an arm around Volva's shoulders. You're joking, right? You're stuck with me whether you like it or not. Volva smiled wickedly and nodded. As Maisie's familiar, she had a right to come too. Of course, I was sure Giggle might have had something to do with her easy agreement. I looked at Adam. His face was somber. For a split second, I thought he'd be the voice of reason and back out. But then his trademark grin returned. We're a team, Red. A spark of guilt ignited in my gut. I didn't deserve Adam's loyalty. In fact, I didn't deserve Giggle's or Volva's either. But, I decided, I sure as hell needed them. And now that I'd gotten my head out of my ass, I planned on doing everything in my power to deserve it from here on out. All right, I said, a second wind of adrenaline warming my insides. Let's go get my sister back. This concludes The Mage in Black.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.